What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, 3-Sip Scout. Happy Monday to everyone. And apologies that we're running a little bit late. It's been one of those mornings for me, unfortunately. But as I said in the chat, better late than never. And as Twitch Gaming said, that's what she said. So, hello to everybody. Welcome back. And a warm welcome if you're new to the channel as well. We are streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. So, if you are on either platform, do say hello, especially if you're new. And of course, if you are returning, then only say good things in the chat so we can make a good impression with all the newbies. we're great in here, actually. If you're new on the channel, we have a really good community. So there's always positive vibes here. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be looking at the next game week in Sorare, which is game week 434. And so we're going to be trying to work out and just trying to spot good games which we think have the potential to produce like a really good score for the players that are playing for them, so that you guys can find and spot the mismatches. Oh wow, excuse me. And yeah, I also have no idea at the moment. I'm not going to lie, I have no idea. I haven't looked at Sorare really over the weekend. Oh, Skills. Thank you so much for the 6 months, man. Massively appreciated, I haven't really looked at Sorare, which is good, actually. It's kind of a good thing. I haven't looked at my Sorare lineups this weekend. And so, well, that's not true. I have looked at my Sorare lineups this weekend. I haven't looked at my midweek lineups on the weekend. So I don't really know at the moment, like, what my teams should be for the midweek. Although I do know that there's quite a few games that are happening. So we're going to run through it. Get involved as much as you can in the chat. And also just let me know how things are going for you guys in general. Like, how's your weekends been? Have there been any players that you've spotted or seen this weekend that you think the whole community should know about? Probably you want to keep them for yourself. But is there anybody on your radar right now that you think looks like a good prospect, both in football and also Sorare? So just general stuff like that. Let us know. And we'll also try and share as much as we can. Jordan says you doubted the under 23s. I did, yeah. I thought they could do okay, but I thought the captaincy pick that we made on our under 23 community team was like a bit, I don't know, it was a bit bizarre. And to be honest with you, it wasn't the best one. It did work out for us, right? But it wasn't the best captaincy pick. So I think eventually, I mean, we got it right. But we could have had an even better score if we'd have picked the better captaincy. I think the problem that we've got with the under 23, if you guys don't know, if you're on the stream for the first time, we have an under 23 community team in Sorare, which is a team that the community, not me, like you guys that are tuning in right now and watching, you guys basically pick the team each week. And before we even got a team together, we'd done a whole series of votes on a stream where you guys basically said, these are the players that we want. And then they kind of got voted through to the final rounds. And then when they got to the final rounds, then you guys as a community then voted for who it was exactly that we should go out and buy. So we have this under 23 team. We rebuilt it about 2-3 months ago, something like that. And it's been doing okay. But we've just been waiting for all the players to click at the same time. And they all pretty much clicked at the same time. What's a little bit frustrating is that our goalkeeper is not from like the same team as the other three. So if he had been, we would be getting an even better reward. So that's maybe something we need to address if we do another rebuild, we might need to start thinking a bit more about stacking, where we put as many players as we can from the same team, because I think that is becoming more and more like a more attractive strategy to do in Sorare at the moment. I don't know if I should cry or laugh about my game week, says Beast. Oh no, do tell us. Please, I'm intrigued to know now. I want to hear. Because if you have one of those game weeks where you want to either cry or laugh, you don't know which one to do, then it's usually been a bit of a disaster, isn't it? Your tweet earlier about making card rules better is very true. I won a tier 3 rare last week. It's a goalkeeper who last played in October 2022. Yeah, we kind of. So first of all, sorry to hear that because it's a bit crappy. I know that they've added in like DMP rewards into the prize pool, and I'm actually kind of for that because having like DMP players in there is actually quite good for both managers and Sorare, because especially for managers, because even though it doesn't seem like it, because you got kind of a bit of a weird reward there, and they have mentioned that the prize pool with the DMPs is not quite optimized yet. So I think according to what Sorare posted on the weekend, over the next coming weeks, it should like even out and should get better, which is a little bit annoying, right? For people that are winning DMP type rewards now, that there's not like a proper, like accurate system in place now. You kind of have to wait for it to even out, or for the algorithm to kind of just like get settled. But the big advantage is that Sorare then aren't minting the same types of players over and over and over, which then for those specific types of players, just getting like their values just are falling off a cliff because they're just only printing those same players, right? Rather than the DMP players that aren't getting printed at all. So it kind of helps the market in a way. And yeah, hopefully you get better rewards, even if the DMPs in the future. Hello, Hora. Hello to you, man. Nice to see other stream of your scouting. Do you know anything about Hervey Kofi's future? He ends contract at 2024, right? So I own Hervey Kofi, and I haven't even really been, if I'm honest with you, I haven't even been thinking about that. I haven't been looking into it. For me, it's kind of almost too early in the season for that. He's not going anywhere in January. He's staying there at Sporting Charleroi. He has been there for a good few years now. So it might be that he figures at the end of the season it might be time to move on, or there might be a club that's interested in him. I honestly don't know. It's a good question, but it's the type of question that I would be asking myself towards the end of the season. It's almost like too early to be planning that now. What is good is that he's the starting goalkeeper now. And I think even if he does leave Sporting Charleroi, he will be another starting goalkeeper somewhere else. So he's a solid starter because he's, of course, also the number one for... who's he play for? I always forget who he plays for his national team. I forgot his nationality, actually. Beast 195, I did my best Cap 240 performance ever. Got seventh, 445 points. And 3 of the Karlsruhe players I put in different lineups all got sick overnight. DMPs, which made me lose my rare threshold and some other lineups. Oh my God. How did is there like some sort of virus that's going around at Karlsruhe then? I wasn't aware of that, but it sounds like a virus, doesn't it? Or have they been food poisoned by the other team? We've also seen stuff like that in the past too. Jordan. We've got Jordan in the chat as well. Jordan, what's the latest on Tom Loikia? Because even though I've been following it, I'm sure you've been following it a lot closer. My understanding is that he's kind of stable and that he's having further tests now in hospital to work out what's going on and what's happening. He won't play again, says Jordan. Well, if that's true, then I'm not surprised. Because if you guys don't know what we're talking about here, we are talking about the Luton Town captain. I'm sure a lot of you already heard about this, but on the weekend, Bournemouth were playing Luton at home, and the Luton Town captain, Tom Loikia, collapsed, and then the game had to be abandoned, and he ended up going to hospital. And this isn't the first time it's happened. He collapsed as well in the playoff final, like the championship playoff final last season. And he also had to go to hospital, and then they done some tests and they worked out that he had a problem with his heart. So then they done like some heart surgery on him to kind of correct it, and he's collapsed again. So yeah, I was kind of sad to see it on the weekend. Nobody wants to see that, right? And then I was thinking to myself, initially, I was thinking, well, hopefully he's fine. You know, you want him to be fine, right? And I thought, well, if he's fine, how would he be able to continue playing after this, right? I hope he can, but Jordan's saying that he can't, he won't. Is it not the second time he's collapsed in less than 6 months? Yeah, it is. Yeah, the championship playoff final. I mean, I think if I was in that position, personally, if I was in that position and I had a collapse the first time, that would scare the crap out of me. And then if I went to the doctors and had all these types of tests, because apparently he had like crazy amount of tests and scans, as you'd expect, right? And they felt that they identified the problem and that they then decide to correct it. But then if you have another one, if I had another collapse, I'd probably be a bit worried, thinking maybe I just can't do it anymore. Maybe it's just I can't play competitive football anymore if this is going to keep happening. So hopefully he can, but yeah, let's find out. The good thing is that he's actually alive. You know, he's alive, but yeah, he had a heart attack. That's the thing. Yeah, he had a cardiac arrest, which is a heart attack, and that's pretty bad, right? He's a 29-year-old, had a heart attack on the pitch, so it's not good. Last time was an irregular heartbeat, which was easily fixed. This time he just had a full heart attack. Yeah, there's something going on there, isn't there? To sort of almost say maybe his heart just can't deal with it. He just needs to retire. I hope he doesn't, but he's got to think about his health, isn't he? It'd be nice for him to be able to go into some sort of coaching role at Luton to keep him good financially. I hope so too. If he does end up retiring because of this, then I think it will be great if he could stay at Luton in either a coaching or a scouting kind of role, if that's what he wants to do, right? But I think Luton would definitely want to keep him in some capacity, for sure. Thank you also to Badder96 for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. So before we get started, we have been talking for the last, 5-10 minutes or so. If you are on this stream, you have no idea what is this thing that you see on the screen right now. This is the game that we cover for the first half of the stream. There's actually 2 games we cover on the day streams. This one is called Sorare. And there you go. Thank you, Twitch Gaming. The links are in the chat there. So if you don't know what Sorare is, let me just quickly tell you what it is, give you a quick overview so that you know what type of game we're covering here and whether it's the thing for you. So Sorare is a digital sports fantasy football game or fantasy game. There are 3 different types of sports in the game. One of them's football, the other one's basketball, and then the third one is baseball. Okay, so there's 3 main sports in the game. There is set to be more coming in the future, but for now, it's a nice base of 3. Now, we only cover football on the stream. That's where my knowledge lies. That's where my interest lies. I don't really have any interest in basketball or baseball, but maybe you like basketball more than you do football, or baseball more than you do basketball. Whatever sport you like, there should be a sport here for you in the game. And the whole name of the game is to basically collect digital cards of your favorite footballers, basketball players, or baseball players, and to then build successful teams with them. And they will be successful based on how they do in real life. So this game is almost like a digital version of being a real life football manager, where you have to scout who are the players that you think are going to do really well, who are the up and comers, and then trying to get them for a decent price, because that's the great thing about Sorare. All these cards, as you can see on the screen, they have like real world value. So for example, Antonio, you can see here, I bought for £13 in his rare. I think that's a pretty good price. So it's all about trying to find players that you can get for cheap that can then massively outperform other players and do it so that they give you good value for money. And why it's good that they cost money is that you can use these players that you've bought in competitions to win further money, or to win further cards that also have a financial value attached to them. So it's a nice way to kind of make a little bit of profit here and there if you can find the right opportunities to pick up a player cheap, and then if they do really well, their values can increase and then you can sell them for profit. But it's also a really cool game where if you are just good at football, if you have a good football knowledge, you can then put these high-performing teams together, enter them into competitions, and win some great rewards. And it's not just cards and cash rewards. There's loads of other rewards in the game. You can win match tickets, you can win merchandise, you can win opportunities to go and meet your favorite footballers. Really cool, loads of cool stuff. So yeah, get involved in this game. The link to do so is in the chat. If that sounds like the sort of thing up your street, then use the link in the chat and that will give you a £20 credit to start playing the game once you have collected your first 5 cards from the auctions market. You can find the auctions market by going into the market, funny enough. There we go, market. They've recently revamped the lobby, so it's just a lot easier now to kind of navigate to the areas that you need. So market, then the auctions here, and then basically collect your first 5. You could also buy off the instant buy as well. That will qualify you for the £20 credit. So yeah, use that link. It helps us support the channel. And then in the second half of the stream, we're going to be talking a little bit about this game. This is a game that's a little bit similar to Sorare, but it's not a game that's focused on the players. It's a game that's focused on the matches. So rather than collecting digital cards of football players here, what we are doing instead on Pooky is we are collecting like these digital footballs, basically, which are called Pooky balls, right? And the name of the game with this one is you use these Pooky balls to make predictions on football games, because these Pooky balls have different attributes, they have different boosts to them, so they score you points based on like how you predict a football game, which is a pretty cool concept, actually, really cool. And again, you can play this game, you can play Sorare free to play, but if you put a little bit of money into both games, you can then compete for cash rewards and just good rewards in general, better rewards, basically better prizes. So at the moment, there's a limited supply of Pooky balls available. There's only 65 available, and there's only 6,652 in the game, which is really not a lot for a game that's constantly growing. And these will sell out. So try and, if you're interested in this type of game, if you feel like you're really good at predicting what the scores are going to be for various different football games, then try and pick up a Pooky ball and give it a go, because you can start to win some cool cash here. And as I say, I'm going to come back to this in the second half. We have some rewards to claim, or not rewards to claim, but we have some rewards, hopefully, which are coming our way this week. And I'll just explain a bit more about how to play the game. So yeah, again, the link for that is in the chat. So use that link. It will not only, like with the Sorare link, it will not only give you like a free Pooky ball to get started, so you can start predicting today, but you also get quite a nice, I think it's like 5% discount off any purchase, any of your first purchases. So can be any one of these Pooky balls here. And you get, quite importantly, you get some of the in-game currency, which is called POC tokens in the game. And believe me, you really do want to get these if you are starting the game, because I don't even have one POC token, and it's quite difficult to win like hundreds and hundreds each week. So with the link that you'll find in the chat, let me give you it again, just in case you can't see it. With that link in the chat, that link in the chat, that Pooky link will give you the free Pooky ball, the discount, and also a minimum of 100 POC tokens. So use it, check it out, give it a try. As I say, it's free to play to begin with, so you've got nothing to lose and everything to win. And that's also the case when you're playing the game properly. So if you buy a Pooky ball and you start playing the game, you own that Pooky ball forever, so you can just use it forever to try and win cash rewards. And if you don't get into the top 50% of a leaderboard on Pooky, which is the percentage that you need to be in to win a reward, it doesn't matter. You don't lose any money at all. You don't lose anything. You just simply go again the next week, and you just keep going until you win cash rewards, right? Until you win something, some money. So pretty cool. I like this a lot. And yeah, we're going to be coming back to this in a few hours, and we're going to be seeing how we got on from the weekend. And also, I don't know at the moment, but we're running a little series on this as well called Beat the Base, and I haven't even checked to see who the Beat the Base winner is this week. So in a few hours, we have that to look forward to. So hello to Donny VV. We like Ches, we do, yeah. Bit of a tongue slip there, that one. Finally up to 2 on the Luton collection. What's that here? It's so weird to me that Sorare has not become mainstream yet. Had a discussion with my cousin yesterday, and he and his friend are big football fans, but never heard of it. But love Sorare when I explained it to him. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Hopefully you use your link as well so that you get something from that beast. Yeah, I know a lot of people that still haven't heard of Sorare yet. So that's what's quite exciting about this game is that there's a lot of potential still for this game, right? They haven't reached the mass market still. There's a huge amount of football fans out there that are not even aware of this game, which is bizarre in a way because they have, even though they've not been doing some proper marketing, they have been ramping up their efforts quite a bit, especially with all their partnerships, bringing in the Premier League. So yeah, the potential for this is still massive, right? Given that there's nowhere near as many people playing this as there should be, and hopefully there will be very soon once they get all of the new things coming into the game sorted within the next few months, including the rivals, which you can see here. I don't even claim the arena ticket anymore. Might as well claim it now whilst we're talking about it. But I don't even. Yeah, I don't play this anymore. This is actually a game mode. If you guys don't know, some of you might not know. It's in a beta. So it doesn't say beta though on it, does it? It's a bit weird. You can see here, challenges has beta at the top here. This doesn't have beta anywhere. Like there's no word to describe this as a beta, but it is a beta. So like not everyone gets access to it. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame because I'm not playing it. I don't find it fun. But because it isn't a beta, I'm hoping that when they release it properly, they can make it much better. And they can make it something that I want to play all the time. But at the moment, I kind of ignore it. And I just play the standard pro, which I find a lot more engaging and more fun. Afternoon also to Luke B10. Hello to Arthur. Great afternoon. Hello, Arthur, man. How are you doing in Sorare? Yeah, let's do that. That's a good question, right? So let's do that now. Okay, let's go over. So some of you guys will already know because you would have seen my tweet from the weekend, but some of you might not know, right? So let me just show you how the weekend's been going for me on Sorare because it's actually been a pretty good weekend, I have to say. Like, not amazing, not super amazing, but it's been pretty solid. And it's been pretty solid for 3 reasons, but, well, yeah, I'm not going to say not... I was going to say mainly 2, but actually it's 3 good reasons. Okay, let's start with this one here. Let's start with this one. This is our only card reward of the game week so far, and it is coming from our under-23 community team. So this is the team that I mentioned about 5 minutes ago, where it's effectively your team. So if you're playing Sorare and you don't have an under-23 team, then don't worry, this is your under-23 team. Because every week it is competing for rewards that we will then give away to the community. So whenever this team, we have a few extra players as well, but pretty much whenever our under-23 team hits a card reward, I never keep it. Like this season, I won't keep them. I'm giving them all the way to you guys, right? And at the moment, this team is sitting 359th. So the last time that I properly looked at it, we were actually sitting about 31st. So we've dropped quite a bit because there was more games that had to be played. But look at this from our team here. 402.35 points. This is the highest points total that our under-23 team has ever produced, right? Look at the scoring here. A 79 from Smolcic, who we captained, which I always thought, was a bit bizarre. It's not the captaincy that I would have made. I would have actually captained, I think, Fruk. Not Yankovic, but probably would have been Fruk, although Yankovic turned out to be quite a good one too. Because Yankovic got 84.4, Fruk got 92.3, and then Killian Corridor, who we've not really heard a peep from in the last 6, 7, 8 game weeks or so. We were even debating, should we sell him or not? Look here, look. Prior to the weekend, we got 83.3. He went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 game weeks where he didn't do anything. And then 2 of those game weeks, he was actually on the bench. So we were starting to think, oh my God, like, have we got a player here that's just not going to be a starter anymore? Do we need to sell him? And luckily, we kept hold of him, and he's produced one of his best scores so far this year. 2 goals in a 2-2 draw against Amiens. So this is pretty incredible. The only problem with this one is that Lovro Magic, as you can see, Lovro Magic got a score of 28.7. Now, this is kind of why I was a little bit worried, is that I knew, I didn't have a feeling, I knew that Magic was not going to do that good. Because it's away to Lokomotiv Zagreb. Istra are not that great defensively this season, and they're not that good away. So there was always a potential he was going to concede 3 goals here. Frustrating thing with this is that if we'd have had the Rijeka goalkeeper here, right? If we could go on to Rijeka, if we'd have had Labrovic here, right? Because we've already got Jankovic, Fruk, Smolcic. So if we'd have just stacked our defense with Labrovic there, then what we'd be looking at now would be a tier 2 to give away. Well, a tier 2? In fact, it'd be... it'd actually be... It'd be a tier... Well, it'd be a tier 1 potentially. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be a tier 1. It'd be just shy of a tier 1. It'd be a high-end tier 2, which should be good. At the moment, it's a tier 3, which is still great, right? We have to hope that we can hold on. You can see that we're 1.95 points clear of the tier 4. So if, like, all the other players play this game week and we drop 1.96 points, we're going to drop into the tier 4 range, which is going to be really, really disappointing. As in, like, I don't feel that this team with a score of 400 points should be getting a tier 4. Now, if it does get a tier 4, it should be still a high-end tier 4. So it shouldn't be like a crappy player. It shouldn't be a low-value player. It should be somebody fairly decent, but we want to try and get a tier 3 here for the community, and ideally more. So, yeah, there's 4% games left, or 4% left of the leaderboard. This is great now, guys. Were you guys following it? I'm happy with it. It's just, it's one of those situations where, because Sorare is so competitive right now, especially in limited, it's so rare. There you go. There you go. We put it here. There's the word pun. It is so rare that you get a game week where everybody clicks who at the same time, right? And with this level of scoring, where we're talking about 80 points or more, pretty much every single player got a score of 80 points or more here. We ideally just needed our goalkeeper to give us the same kind of level of score or close to. And this could have been a ridiculously good score, a ridiculously good reward. To get, by the way, to get a star, so to get a tier 0, we needed an extra 64.57 points. So you need to be hitting around 470 points here, give or take, to get a star. So we were still kind of far away from it, but it was one of those game weeks where it could have been. It really could have been, and it just wasn't because of the goalkeeper. But other than that, great effort from the community. So you guys should be really happy with that. We are giving the card away. So whatever we win, you can win by going over to my Twitter page here. I've pinned the tweet to the top of the chat, okay? So all you need to do is head over to my Twitter. And we just throw in the Twitter as well in case you guys, it's easier for you. There's the link for Twitter. There you go, my Twitter page anyway. Head over, click that link, head over to my profile on Twitter. And then what you want to do, this is the tweet. It's pinned, as I say. All you need to do is just make sure that you're following me over on Twitter. Make sure that you are following me here on Twitch as well. And then just retweet and like that tweet. And then tomorrow at 8 p.m. UK time, once we get our reward, we are going to be opening the reward live on stream. And we're then at the same time going to be announcing the winner. So we're going to do the draw live, and we're going to then send, hopefully, that reward to the winner live on the stream. That's if they're there. If not, then I'll just contact them. But it'd be quite nice to send it there. So basically, if you want to have a chance of winning the reward from the weekend from this team, make sure you enter this tweet here because, we're going to do the draw tomorrow at 8. Hello to Francis14. Hi, how is your day going? Pretty good, man. Yeah, pretty good. We started a bit late. That's on me. But yeah, we've got lots to do. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We have lots to discuss and yeah, just lots to run through. So going to be quite a busy stream. Let's keep going. Right. How else did so that's the first reason why the teams have been good, or the game week's been good. The under-23 came in, which I'm really happy about. So someone out there in the Sorare community is going to now win a card reward from us. So even if you've had a bit of a shocking game week, you've always got a chance to win something from this team here. And then let's just run through some of the other teams here. My Premier League Winter Special. Okay, so my Premier League Winter Special was 19.18 points away from winning at £6.77. And who knows? I mean, look at the way that the team was going here. Adebayo with a goal, Doughty with an assist, and then Neco Williams with 61.1. This team actually could have probably won something if the game hadn't have stopped, if it hadn't have been abandoned. So at the time, I was watching this team, I was thinking, oh, wow, this is going to be the first time that we win something from our Luton Town, primarily Luton Town collection, right? Because obviously Neco's not part of Luton Town. This would have been the first time that I would have won something. And unfortunately, yeah, it's not to be. It's typical, isn't it? But look, he collapsed, didn't he? So it doesn't really matter. If someone's had a medical emergency, who cares about what you could have won in fantasy football? So yeah, that kind of could have been good. Hopefully we can. I think I might start playing this team more because I think that I do like Neco Williams here as the additional defender. I don't think I want to be playing Issa Kabor. I played him this week. I thought you might have a bit more success down the wing as the wing back, but his AA is so bad at times that he's a little bit of a hit and miss, like a Claudio Bravo type player. So I think going forward, I'll have to put someone like Amari Bell. Also, ideally, I need Reece in here. I need Reece Burke in here. So I need him back from injury, and then we can play Reece Burke. So, yeah, anyways, or we could just play Neco Williams, and then we could play Marvelous Nakamba as an extra midfielder. That's probably also better. So, yeah, we didn't win anything here. We looked like we were on to win something, and we didn't. A little bit frustrating. Just came back, 400 points, and Tier 3, 300th place. Wow. That is cool. So, yeah, we don't win anything from the Premier League Winter Special. Our La Liga EA Sports Specialist, this was like a throwaway team, so I wasn't expecting this team to do anything good. To be honest with you, I'm a little bit surprised that the whole team played because we don't actually have more La Liga players than this, really. We've got one or two, but like most of the time when I put this team out, I'm not even expecting like the team to give me a score of 100, 150, and this team got 237. So it actually wasn't too bad. We get 50 Sorare coins. We'll take it. Bundesliga. Oh, my God. This one killed me. This one killed me. I couldn't believe it. Philip Hoffman wasn't projected to play or start, but I didn't know that he was out injured or he just wasn't available. And he DNP'd completely. Masovic also DNP'd. He was expected to play, but he didn't play. And this is really frustrating where you have a team where it's looking like it would have won something if you'd have just had those other two players, whatever, that played. We were only 109 points away. So to be fair, we would have needed like still a pretty good score from Masovic and Hoffman. But this could have been something good. And it's so rare when Bochum keep a clean sheet that when they do, you kind of then need the rest of the guys to do good so that then that clean sheet from Manuel Ryman, which is so rare, then isn't wasted, right? It doesn't just basically be for nothing. So yeah, really, really unlucky on this one. Let's keep going. Premier League Winter Special. This was a complete throwaway. We won't talk about that. All-Star Rare. Right, what happened to Kadri? Does anybody know what happened to Kadri here? Because Kadri was expected to start. He's a regular starter. He was out. As in, like, he was out. He wasn't even on the subs bench or anything. So I don't know whether he got an illness, a last-minute illness, or a last-minute injury. But, yeah, he wasn't even in the team, from what I understand. Wasn't even in the squad. Really unusual. So, again, this team wouldn't have won anything because we captained Bocat. He didn't score that good. They got hammered, actually, St. Troidonez, which really surprised me, 3-0. So if you captain a defender that's on the losing side of a 3-0 defeat, it's usually going to be really difficult for you to then like get a good score from your captain. That's pretty much what happened here. Hervey Kofi with a rare clean sheet here. We spent a lot of time last week analysing this game, and we did look that Standard Liège, they don't score a lot of goals at home, but they also don't concede a lot of goals at home. Charleroi are much more leakier away from home, and I was just a bit worried here that, well, with Charleroi, you always got to be a little bit worried that they could concede 3 goals because they do quite often, especially away from home. But look at that. It was a 0-0. So in many ways, if Ali Varul, so we have Ali Varul playing later tonight, and I'll explain this team in a second. If Ali Varul, or not later tonight, tomorrow, if Ali Varul doesn't better this score, then it's not going to work out that we picked the right goalkeeper. But I didn't really expect Hervey Kofi to do this, so fair play to him. Yeah, because his AA was pretty poor, though. He had, like, no AA whatsoever. So basically, I still think it was the right decision, because if he doesn't keep that clean sheet, he's going to get a score of, like, 35, right? Which wouldn't help us realistically in threshold. Whereas we're kind of banking that Ali Varul might not keep a clean sheet, but then, as he usually does, he usually then delivers an AA of like 10, 15, which can then bump you up into kind of 50-point range. So we'll have to see what happens tomorrow when Ali Varul plays. But yeah, this team kind of started promising. Kofi, Erseg. We have to talk about Erseg. Erseg got a score of 60.4, and his AA was 25.4, which is so unusual for Erseg. Look at that, he had 4 shots on target. He had 1 big chance created. He was just a monster attacking-wise. It was probably really unlucky not to get a goal. But it is so unusual for a forward to get a score of 60 points or more without decisive. They then need to do something pretty amazing in their AA. So he had a good game, really unlucky not to get a goal. And we kind of just, we have him a little bit wasted, right? Because it's a DMP from Kadri. Kadri was a late injury, minor one apparently. Thank you, Noli. So he shouldn't be out for too long then, should he, if it's a minor one? Thanks for letting me know. I'll have to check that this week then. Hello also to Raul. Do we know what happens with the Luton scores on Sorare? I think they stay at what they were at the time it stopped. Yeah, they do, yeah. So Apple's got that spot on. And then, yes, I thought OH, he scored when I saw it. Oh, yeah, you mean about Anti-Esseg, yeah. Yeah, brilliant score from Anti-Esseg. I don't think he's ever produced. Let's just have a little look. I don't think Anti-Esseg has ever produced a score of like 60 points or more without a decisive. I could be wrong, but from memory, I can't ever remember him doing that. Look, every score here of like 60 points or more is from him getting a decisive. We need to check these ones here as well. All of these need a decisive, and then the decisive. Yeah, that is the first time since he's been recording scores on Sorare. That is the first time that he's ever produced a score without a decisive. And hopefully he can do it more. I don't think he can, but if he ended up becoming a player that could do that regularly, then he would be an incredibly valuable player to have on Sorare. Because then you can kind of pretty much guarantee that he'll be able to hit around that. I don't think he can, though. I think it was just like a one-off. But yeah, if he can produce a few more like that, I'm all for it, definitely. Let's keep going. So All-Star Rare, we put this team together. We were hoping that it could maybe sneak a card reward or something. But yeah, it didn't. And that's fine. Because, yeah, our main goal actually is to hit the threshold each game week. So let's talk about that. Cap 240 Rare. I am so happy with this, guys. Like, you have no idea how happy and how proud I am of this right here. This is the sixth consecutive weekend where our Rare team has hit the $50 threshold. 6 times in a row. That's incredible. We've won $300 over the past 6 weekends just from entering this team, this fantasy football lineup. And it's been a different team each time. This time round, I'm really happy with it for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Nasa Chadley, a lot of you guys that were on the stream on Thursday will remember that we spent about half an hour or so trying to figure out who we could bring in, because we needed a low-cost player that could fit into this team, because Browers, Smolcic, and Tucci, the L15s were quite high, kind of around 50. And so we needed somebody that could, excuse me, we needed somebody that had an L15 of less than 40. So we spent a hell of a lot of time on the stream on Thursday trying to figure out who's going to be a good investment long term, and who's also just got like a good potential to give us an immediate return, like a good solid score to help us to threshold this weekend. And I wasn't really looking for a Nasa Chadley. I was actually, you guys remember, I was actually looking for like a defensive midfielder, somebody that had a more reliable AA, so that they could give us a score of around 50, something like that, 50, 55. We couldn't really find anyone. So then in the end, I opted for Nasa Chadley, who I like anyway. But the thing with Nasa Chadley is that he's a player that relies on getting some type of a goal involvement to score quite good. And I wasn't really looking for that type of player, but I was also thinking, well, it is Vestalu at home to Eupen, so he should be able to score quite well in his AA, even if he doesn't get a goal involvement. But I also wouldn't be surprised if he got a goal involvement, because it is Eupen away. Lo and behold, Nasa Chadley gets a score of 81.3. And what's bizarre about this, what I love about this, right, is that Ivan Smolcic cost £20, okay? Luke Browers cost £13, so this is like a real budget team. Like, this is a super budget team, actually. So £20, £13 for Luke Browers. Tucci cost about £50. Ali Varul cost £164. And Nasa Chadley cost £6. I bought him for £6 on Thursday, and he's got the best score so far out of everybody in the team. And we've already hit the threshold. We've already hit the threshold, which is why the second reason I'm super proud about this is that if you can hit the threshold with 4 players, so that, especially if your last player's yet to play, it's done. It's just sort of put your feet up. You've done it with 4 out of 5. You don't even need the 5th player. So we don't even care now what Ali Varul does, to be honest with you, in his game tomorrow. I mean, ideally he does great, but we don't even have that pressure anymore. We don't have to worry about it. We've already hit the 280 points. We're 7.78 points over it. Touch wood, we don't get opted down, because that would be annoying. But then even if we get opted down, we'd then need Ali Varul to basically score, 0, for us to still miss out on the threshold. So great for 2 reasons, or 3 reasons. The first one is, of course, Nasa Chadley. Really happy with the scouting there. The second one is that we've hit the threshold with 4 players rather than 5. And then the third one is the 6th game week in a row that we've done it. And we're just honestly just cleaning up the threshold at the moment. It's like $50 every week. Pretty comfortable. Is it the same for everyone here as well? Is everyone else kind of hitting the threshold quite regularly? Because we're just hitting it regularly now. We do spend a lot of time analyzing and working out who needs to go in, who doesn't, and what's the reason for it. So it's not like it's easy because it's not. Like we have to spend a lot of time planning it and working out what's going to work. And if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to do it. We wouldn't be able to hit it consecutively. But once you put the time into to plan it, generally speaking, it should be working out for you. So, and it is, which is great. So, really happy with this. We potentially have a chance to even win a card reward here. We need probably about 70 points or so from Ali Varul to get a tier 5. Now, to be honest with you, you guys know my opinion of this. I'm not playing the threshold. I'm not playing Cap 240 for any card rewards, right? We are just trying to get over the line to win threshold. We've done it. So for me, this is job done. I'm not even really thinking about it anymore. But if we do win a card, it's gonna be a nice bonus. But yeah, it's not at all what I'm going in for this, because if we win a tier 5 rare, which realistically I think if we do win a card is probably the only one we can win. The tier 5 rare is going to be about £10 or something, £9, something really low value. It's going to be a player that at this stage now probably won't be able to help us really progress our gallery. Whereas obviously the threshold is like £40. So the money that you can win in this competition for most people is worth way more than any card reward. And so this is why I'm also a supporter of taking out card awards from the Cap 240, because yeah, I think that most people aren't going in for it like that. And yeah, for me, as you can tell, job's done here. We get a card award, great, but honestly, like I wasn't even thinking about winning a card in this competition. So really cool. Really, really cool. Afternoon to Fraser as well. Long time no see. It is actually long time no see, yeah. Where have you been, Fraser? You've been sorely missed, man. Hello also to FIFA, who says that he's hit his 3rd super rare threshold in 4 attempts now with a cheap team. Wow, that's brilliant. That is brilliant, because the super rare threshold is I can't wait to start earning that, because that's the next step that I need to take to get into super rare, and that'll be one of the first teams that I build, probably the only team that I build in super rare. At the moment, with the way that the rewards are, that yeah, the threshold is the place to be, isn't it? And imagine in super rare, winning, what is it? It's like £250, isn't it? In super rare each week. I think it's 250. Let me know if I'm wrong there. I haven't looked at it in a while. My rare goalkeeper got relegated a few game weeks ago. Who's your rare goalkeeper? Your rare goalkeeper, who's what? Oh, first time in Blue Wings history getting relegated. Okay, yeah. So you have, I've got him too. I've got his name. Yeah, what's his name? Can't remember his name, but I've got his limited card. Yeah, I kind of saw that. I was like, oh, I mean, I'm glad I picked him up for like £2 or £3 or whatever, but I think if I had him as a rare, I would be a little bit harder to swallow. Yang Hyung Mo, that's him, yeah. Yang Hyung Mo. I actually quite like Yang Hyung Mo because he's been like that go-to. Yang Hyung Mo, if you guys don't know, he's actually been that go-to. Oh my God, what's happened there? Why is it bringing that down? Yang Hyung Mo. There he is here. He's been like that go-to budget goalkeeper. Honestly, he's £37 and he's only 32. He has a contract until the end of next year. So unless like he has some kind of clause in his contract to say that he can like find another club if they get relegated, which I don't know if he has actually, or if another club just wants to pick him up because they think that he's too good to play lower division, then this will actually be a really good goalkeeper next season. But at the moment, he's as all things stand, he's going to be not covered next season. That is quite good though. He's only 32 and he's £37.20 in his rare. Wow. The problem with him is that he's never really, because he's been playing for quite a weak team over the last few years, because they were kind of lucky Samsung Blue Wings here, they've been lucky. They've been like flirting with relegation for the past few seasons, and then finally it caught up with them, and they did get relegated for, as Fraser said, first time ever in their history. What's really annoying is that towards the back end of the season, you can see, especially in the last 5 games or so, they started to produce some really good results. Like they started to put together some incredible performances, like beating Suwon 3-2, beating Seoul 1-0, getting a draw against Gangwon. They're getting like loads more clean sheets as well. It's just such a shame that they couldn't do that a bit more often throughout the season. And his performances were getting amazing too. He was actually producing some of his better scores at the back end of the season. A shame. I like him though. As you can see, I've got his limited here. How much did I buy? I bought his limited for £4.55. So a little bit more than what I remembered, but it's actually not too bad. Yeah, I'm going to keep hold of him because I think that Suwon Blue Wings, you'd expect them to get promoted back up next season. And so he could be one that I need to sit on until they get back in the K-League. Or, as I mentioned, he might just end up getting sold or getting bought, and then he's then covered again next season. So yeah, if I was, to be honest with you guys, if I was looking to play K-League, because you guys know I'm not a fan of K-League, I'm not touching K-League. Even if you paid me, I wouldn't touch K-League at all, just with the scoring issues there. But if there were no scoring issues at all, then I'd probably be looking at picking up a couple of the Suwon Blue Wings players, because there are some good ones in there. Put up a few insane scores before parting off. Yeah, he did. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they needed a better result, didn't they, than a draw? I think they just needed one goal there, and I think they would have got saved, wouldn't they? They would have saved themselves from relegation. I had a rare Hyung Young Mo, got rid about a month before relegation. Thank God. Did you get your money back on him? Or did you end up losing on him? I mean, if you got out and you were able to get your money out as well, then win-win. Because even if you wanted to go and get him, you could get him for significantly cheaper, couldn't you? I think it's been the first goalkeeper I bought on Sorare, this Beast195. Hello also to Strong Indiana. Wow, what Strong Indiana? Tuning in on YouTube, are we? Excellent. Hey, Free Tip Scout, what are you doing on YouTube? Had a lot of work and haven't been around. Yeah, we now multi-stream. Yeah, we're branching out. We're trying to bring this great community that we've got over onto YouTube, and just trying to also bring some people over on YouTube over onto the channel. So yeah, pretty cool, man, to see you on there on YouTube. And yeah, I was going to say, we haven't seen you, Strong Indiana, in a long, long time. So you must be very busy. It's also a busy time of the year as well, isn't it? Like it's Christmas time. I'm going honest with you guys, right? I haven't even done any Christmas shopping. It's kind of like, it's dawned on me today before I came on the stream. I was looking at the calendar and I was like, oh shit. I was like, it's a week until Christmas and I haven't done any shopping. Now, usually I leave my shopping to the fairly last minute, but not completely last minute. And I do a lot of my shopping online as well. So I was thinking to myself, wow, I kind of need to, I need to do that like this week, within the next couple of days, in order for me to get the presents, then wrap them up. I need to get it in time. So yeah, I may need to take one day off in the week so I can get all that done. Because in the evenings, yeah, super busy. But anyways, it's dawned on me. It's a busy time of year. Beast, just checked my Twitch recap. Watched you 132 hours and sent 808 messages. I'm a bit too chatty, I guess. I love that you're chatty. Never be silent, Beast. Keep going. I hope that next year, when we're also on the stream and we're looking back at the year, we can see that you've been on the streams for even longer than 132 hours and that you've actually breached the 1,000 chat messages mark. So get chatting, man. You've got something to try and beat now. You've got to try and set a new record. And thank you as well for all your support, all your time, because, 132 hours is no small amount of time. It's great. Hello to Paolo. It's great because I can't watch Twitch while working. Okay, so, but you can have YouTube on. You just can't have Twitch, though. Do you also thank you to Strong Indiana for the sub, the 9 months, man. Thank you so much, Strong Indiana, for the support as per usual. How many subs do we have? I need to check how many subs we've got now. We have 105. We have a massive goal to try and reach on the channel. So yeah, keep the subs coming if you enjoy the content. And then when we hit the goal, I'm going to do a huge, and I mean like ridiculously big giveaway where we put money into the game. We give away a ton of cards to everyone. Do you pick cards only when needed to fill blanks in each game week, or do you pick some value players you don't need right away? It's a good question, actually, from Strong Indiana. I got that question over on Twitter as well this weekend, and I'll give you the same answer that I gave him, is that I don't really need extra players, right? I kind of got like a healthy amount of players in limited and rare, and so I have a lot of depth to my roster. So when there's a new game week coming up, I know that I should have a load of options for it already, and I don't need to go and buy them, right? However, every now and then when I'm like checking the game week, I'll always check ahead like a week. So for example, even though, and let me just show you this, right? Even though the game week 435, which is the weekend game week, even though that's not live right now, what I have done, and what I always do, is I look ahead at least a week, right? I don't do it any more than a week, but I at least look ahead. So what I've already done is I've looked at game week 435, and I've looked at my rare team, Cap 240 rare, right? And I know, as I say, because of the amount of cards that I've got now, that I should have more than enough options to put a team out. And even if that team's not super great, I won't tend to go and buy a player unless I feel like I'm looking at the team there and I'm thinking, okay, like that team's too weak to hit the threshold. Is there anybody that I can like pick up opportunistically or really cheap that can then just like, I can slot them in to help with the next game week that will then get us to the threshold, because then if we can, then that's going to pay for the cost of that card, right? And that's what I done with Nacer Chadley. I was looking at a team for this weekend and I was thinking, at the time we had Billy Mitchell. So we had Billy Mitchell here, who we could have just played. But I was looking at, I was thinking, I don't know whether I trust Billy Mitchell to start first of all. And then if he does start, I don't know. I don't think he's got the level of scoring that is actually going to help us to threshold. And lo and behold, he doesn't have it. He didn't have it. So I thought, well, who can I go and pick up for like literally nothing, literally pennies in rare, that can help us to threshold? And if they do, then that card's paid off. And so then everything we're just earning then is kind of like profit. So I've already looked ahead, and what you'll see is that like I know that I have 2 goalkeepers here that are playing, which is great. Then I know that I've got a nice mix of defenders here, a nice mix of midfielders now with Nacer Chadley, Billy Mitchell, Sander van der Streek, and Ogden. And then up front, I've got also a nice mix of players. So technically, you know, like when the new game week opens tomorrow, I know that I can already put out a team that can challenge for threshold. And there's enough players here, there's enough variety and choice that like I don't feel like I really need to go out and buy anyone. But as I say, every now and then I'll look at the team and I think it's too short a quality for this specific game week for us to hit the threshold. So then I might then do some ad hoc scouting. One of the other things that I've been doing, and I've also been trying to tell everyone for the past month, is to try and plan for the Christmas period, because the week after Christmas, there's like a few game weeks where it's going to be a little bit tricky for everyone to put out players for, because they might not have a game. So for example, game week 436, which is the game week directly after Christmas, right? There's very few players that are actually playing. So for the past month or so, I've been picking up players that I know have a game in game week 436. So when we go into game week 436 now, what you'll see is that I have now kind of like 2 forwards. Yes, they're kind of both injured, but I'm hoping that at least one of them will be back and available for that game week. And then we've got a couple of defenders. We've got a couple of midfielders. And then we've also got, of course, a goalkeeper. So I can put out a team already for game week 436. And then, yeah, so it's always just about forward planning. Yeah. Hello to FIFA boys. How you doing, man? Got a solid 77 hours and 450 chats on my recap. Not quite. That's a lot, though, still. Yeah, Luke B10. Honestly, every one of you guys that have been checking out your Twitch recap, if you haven't checked it out, then you can check out your Twitch recap when you basically just log into Twitch, and then it will show you on the main page like the streams that you've been in the most, and how many chats, messages you've been sending, and how many emotes you've been using. Just like some basic stats around how, like, where you've been spending your time basically on Twitch and where you've been enjoying it. So yeah, if you've been spending a lot of time on my stream this year, then first of all, a massive heart there. Thank you so much for the amazing support. And yeah, second of all, I just hope you've been enjoying the time on the stream. I'm sure if you are here, you have been, right? Hey, FTS, how are things? Hello, Stephen. How did the weekend go on Sorare? Mine fell apart on Sunday. Oh, no. What happened on Sunday, then? Do tell. I'm sorry to hear that it fell apart for you. Never want to hear that. I want you guys to do well. And it's especially annoying when it looks like the game week's going well, and then all of a sudden on Sunday, it falls apart. That being said, it's also quite nice, right? When it starts bad and it ends good. But yeah, when it's the other way around, it's shocking. It's not a great feeling. Hoping my Gent stack pays off in 436. They're playing at Kortrijk. Yeah, they are. Even though I have Nacer Chadley, and it's at home, which is kind of why I think he could do better than usual, it's still against a really horrible opponent. We've got Kadri and Chadley, so I probably would up to play Chadley here. Now I've got Chadley. Just a few DMPs. One of my keepers conceded in the 95th minute as well. Oh, man, rough. So have you not won anything at all, Steve-Burn? There's been no threshold that you've won, no card awards. Has it been like an empty game week? Are you coming away with nothing? Don't tell me it's been an empty game week for you, man. I hope not. Hello, what are you saying here? F-Jump. Hope Mönchengladbach can do well against Eintracht Frankfurt as a surprise. I'm not really rating Frankfurt at the moment. I don't really rate them, like, full stop, but definitely not rating them at the moment. At what budget would you got to rare 240? Asks X Francis. You don't need a big budget for 240 for rare. We kind of you might have missed it, but we get asked this question a lot, and so we're often like building a lineup on the stream, and we done it last week where we literally had that question. We're like, should we just answer it live on the stream? How much does it cost to put a good threshold team together, like right now in Sorare? And we done it, and it cost £303 based off the floor prices alone. So that doesn't include getting them off auctions or negotiating down with offers, right? So you could probably get that team that we built for like 270, maybe a bit lower than that. But I think you need about £250 and above. And believe me when I say that is incredibly cheap. And actually, it's okay. So here's what I'm going to say, right? It's incredibly cheap, but it's actually too cheap. Okay, it's too cheap, as in it's damaging and harmful for Sorare that you can put together a team to compete for $50 every single week that is so cheap, right? And I think I've kind of proved that over the last 6 game weeks, because the team that I've been hitting $50 with, like over the past 6 weekends, we've already paid for the team. The team's already paid off. Like it's done. Like the team that I basically put together was like, I think it was like £250 or whatever. We've earned $300 in the past 6 game weeks. So my team is paid off, right? And if you think about it, the threshold is a fixed amount. So almost what Sorare want to have is that you have to actually spend more to put your team together, right? So that then it's not as easy a proposition to hit the threshold, and also they just make more money off the auctions. If the prices of the rares are getting cheaper and cheaper, but then the threshold stays the same in terms of the points and also the fixed amount that you can earn, then it becomes a bit of a, almost like robbing the bank each game week, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing, which is, rares are getting cheaper and cheaper. It means you get access to better and better players that, in theory, can help you to hit the threshold easier and easier and easier. That's it. That's definitely what I've seen over the past 6 game weeks, that you still need to do a little bit of planning and think about it. But players that I didn't think I'd be able to afford are out there that I've picked up for nothing, and they've hit me the threshold like immediately. So yeah, you only need about £250. You could even argue that you could do it for less than that, because the thing with Sorare is that there's no fixed answer, right? So if I say 250, then of course you're going to find someone that can build a team for 200 or 220, right? But give or take, I think £250 is a really solid amount at this stage of the season to start to put together a threshold team. And also, you could definitely do it for cheaper, because you could start to build a team to help you hit the threshold in Cap 240 Rare for when the America and the Asia season start again. So right now in the off season is the perfect time to be building, especially threshold teams, but to be building any team, because the prices are so low with them basically being in their off season. So if you're looking to get into Rare, if you're looking to build a Rare threshold team, this is really the time to do it. Try and focus on America or Asia players if you can, because it might seem like those their new season is like a long time away, but it really isn't. In like about a month and a half's time, their seasons are going to be back again, so you won't have to wait long to start using those teams, and you can get them for pennies, basically, for peanuts. So it's just a smart way to build a threshold team for as cheap as you can. What we're saying here? Here we go. Hey, FTS, how's it going? Hit rare threshold with 360 points, says FBL Thinker. He's finally done it. It's been a bit of a poor record for FBL Thinker. He's been missing out over the past month, but it looks like he's finally done it now, and probably going to get a card award as well. So well done, man. Amazing stuff, that. Really good. Please let me know what card award you get as well, if you get it, which I think you will. Hello, wow, look at this. We have a surprise guest in here. Dario Ficardi. Just as we were talking about Asia, and we were talking about K-League, we have Dario Ficardi, who is the K-League expert in here on Play Sharper, and just a good overall guy, who also does some streaming. We've not been in Dario Ficardi streams in a while. Have you still been streaming, Dario? I feel like I've not seen Dario's streams in a while. I'm going to give Dario a bit of a shout out as well. Where you at, Dario? There we go. Guys, do check out Dario's channel. You can find the link in the chat there. So that will give you his link to streams. You haven't been streaming, only YouTube content. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I wondered why we hadn't seen you on YouTube for a while. Okay, I'm with you. Well, thank you so much, Dario, for jumping in. We've missed you. It's been good to see you again. Good to chat, man. So thank you for jumping in. How's your game week gone on Sorare? Have you won anything great? Are you in line to win any decent reward boxes? Like, how's the weekend been for you, man? New Dortmund celebration cards have hit the market in case anyone is interested. All right. Thank you, Nathan Bam. We're definitely going to check those out in a second. Let's keep going down, and then we'll start to look at the game week, guys. So don't worry, we are going to get there. Let's just quickly try and finish off looking at the teams, because I know you guys often want to see how I do on the game week, right? So threshold-wise, Cap 240 Rare, amazing. We've hit it with 4 players. We've got 1 player still left to play. It doesn't even matter now whether Ali Varol gets a score of 100. We've locked in the $50 unless we get opted down. Premier League Winter Special, this was a throwaway. Cap 270 Rare was a throwaway. This was a throwaway. Cap 240, okay. So not only did we hit the rare threshold with 4 players, but we also hit it in the limited with 4, and then Mark Martinez then played, but he done really bad. So yeah, we hit 302 here. Now, ordinarily, we play the SO5er team, but the SO5er team, we need to rebuild it. And we need to build the SO5er team, which is another community-built team. We need to build it kind of like this, right? So it needs to be like a threshold team that works, that makes sense on paper. The threshold team that we built in the SO5er, just, it doesn't make sense at all. We made a lot of mistakes, but it's actually okay to make a lot of mistakes because then you can just learn from it, right? So the next time we do the SO5er, we have to do it better because I really want the SO5er team to be hitting the threshold regularly because when it does that, I can give away 5 players, right? 5 of those players from that team. We give the whole team away to 5 different people in the community, right? And then we go and rebuild another team. So it's just a nice series in concept where every week we can potentially be building different threshold teams. But the rule of it is that we need to hit the threshold first before we can then sell the team and then rebuild. And if we build a really bad threshold team that then doesn't really have much of a chance to hit the threshold, then we're never going to be able to give the cards away, right? Which is not what I want. I want to give the cards away to you guys. I want to make sure that everyone learns like how to build threshold regularly, right? So yeah, we didn't enter SO5R because we didn't have enough players that could play. I ended up putting my own team in there and they smashed the threshold, which is really good, especially this guy here, Tony Leisner, who cost me like 61p. He's just like insane. He's very hit and miss actually, to be fair, but when he hits, he's like a monster. And that's exactly what he gave us, a monster score there of 89.4. So it's also $5, so £4 in the limited threshold. So 2 thresholds, which is great. Right, reward box special. Let's talk about this as well. And then let's also talk about Cap 220. And I think, well, there's a few other teams to talk about. So reward box special. I did actually put a decent team in here. I thought I put a team in here that could do really good. As it turns out, my ambition was bigger than reality because I captained Luke Browers again. I captained him also in rare Cap 240. I often don't captain the same player in 2 different lineups, but I just could not resist captaining Luke Browers at home against Volendam in the form that he's been in. I thought this has got to be a win, right? This has got to be like double whammy where then my reward box special limited does amazing because our captaincy is going to smash it. And then we smash it also in Cap 240 rare. And of course, the one game week where I captain the same player is the game week where he not only he bombs, but the team got beat at home by Volendam 2-1, which was a shocker. So that's annoying because that would have been great. I was actually thinking about captaining Gregorich in this team. And the only reason I didn't do it because I really just was so convinced that Luke Browers was going to smash it here. He was going to outscore Gregorich. Now, Gregorich actually didn't even start. This is the crazy thing here. Gregorich did not start. He played 25 minutes and he got a score of 78.9, 1 goal and 1 assist. And you guys that have been on this stream know all about Gregorich for good and bad reasons for me. And we talked about him when he was about £45 a few weeks back. And I got asked on the stream, is Gregorich a good investment at £45? And I then referenced back to the situation that I had when I first started playing Sorare, where the rare card of Michael Gregorich I bought for, I think, £40. And then I ended up selling him for £50, right, a few weeks later. And then a few weeks after that, his price shot up to £500 or so, or £400. And I was absolutely gutted that I missed out on a huge profit there. And I knew selling him for £50 was far too low. I then referenced that story again when we were talking about Gregorich a few weeks back. I got asked on the stream, is £45, £50 a good price for Michael Gregorich? And I said, is it a good price for Michael Gregorich? It's a ridiculously low price for Michael Gregorich. Far too low. Far too low. And then lo and behold, skip forward a few game weeks now, I think this guy's closer to about £100, is he, Michael Gregorich? £72 at the moment on the floor. I still think that's really too cheap, if I'm honest with you. It's far too cheap. He's a good player. He has good utility as well. And he scores really well. He's got a low L15 as well. And what more could you want? Like, you want a player that can give you like midweek, can give you international scoring, can score good in his AA as well, which is what he does. Incredible. So I love to see it. And unfortunately, even though we're seeing it, it's just a little bit wasted in this team, isn't it? Because we have this really good score, we have this decent score from Philip Heiser, and then Castemeyer had a shocker. Piovi didn't do anything, and then Luke Browers didn't do anything. Now, the great thing with the reward box here is that if I can get into the rewards, which, look, I'm 4,972nd, right? So we're in the rewards, aren't we? We're not going to drop like 2,000 places with 4% left of the leaderboard. The only thing is that we're going to be getting a light box, which is going to be one of the worst boxes. However, what's great about this is that I know with the reward boxes that even though this team's done shocking, we could still pull a card. We could pull a tier 3. We could pull a star from it, right? So I'm kind of excited about this. I think I'm probably more excited about opening the reward box we get than I am about opening the under 23, because there's just that potential here which you could just win big, right? And I think that's what's so great about these reward boxes is that ordinarily, if there was not a reward box here, this team wouldn't have won anything, right? But let's say, for example, that they were paying 5,000, they're paying, say, 7,000 places as a card reward, then me being placed down here would mean that this would only be like a tier 5, and I'd be like, okay, I'm not interested in this. I'm not excited for it. We're getting a card reward, great, but it's going to be a 40p card. I'm actually just more excited now since they put the reward box in. This is why I love the reward box. I think it's such a cool idea. Why was he on the bench for so long? He was coming back from injury. I missed out on buying his rare when you mentioned him. He went up 40. Yeah, was it you, Beast? Was it actually you who asked me on the stream? I can't remember. You was the guy. You was the guy, yeah. I remember being asked, but I couldn't remember who it was who asked me. And yeah, you asked me, and then his price went up a lot, didn't it, afterwards? So, yeah, unlucky, man. Like, basically, I think the rule of thumb and the story of this, right? So, the story that you guys should take from my tragic story with Gregorich is that whenever you see Michael Gregorich hovering around £40 or so, pick him up. Pick him up. Because it's far too cheap. And if you see Gregorich for even lower than that, pick the guy up. Don't think about it. Pick him up. Because otherwise, you will most likely regret missing out on a Michael Gregorich. Just incredible player to have. Great value as well for £30, £40. Correction. I am currently 692nd in this reward box special. Wow. So guess it. Yeah, that's not a disaster. 692nd is a premium box as well. That's a good game week, man. Thepamino's 83rd in the reward box special. You guys are making me so jealous now. I really wanted to be getting a premium box on the first go. How incredible is that? Top 100 in the reward box special is brilliant, man. FIFA says today at 7 p.m. Central European time. You'll have 10 minutes to get your ticket for a total of 1,000. Okay, hold on a minute. This is what their new system. To get your ticket for a total of 1,000 coins, 100 mystery signed jerseys from season 22-23. Coins are non-refundable. Multiple tickets allowed. Okay. Lucky managers will be able to claim their jersey tomorrow. Interesting. Okay. Let's try and whiz through the rest of this then. And then we'll talk about the celebration cards, the Dortmund celebration cards. We'll also talk about the raffle system. Cap 220, you can see, didn't really plan out. No card reward or anything there. To be fair, there's no card reward in the 220 anyway. But yeah, it didn't really work the way I wanted it to. So this is not going to be a score that helps us to win a card reward in the month long. But so be it. And then All-Star, this is a little bit frustrating. this All-Star team was supposed to be a throwaway team. This actually ended up being a pretty good throwaway team. But the problem is that it's not going to give us a card ward because Yildirim's not going to play. I almost hope in a way that Yildirim kind of does play now that we don't need Ali Varul to score, but he's a backup goalkeeper. So unless something happens to Ali Varul, he's not going to play. And yeah, this is going to be kind of a team that's a bit wasted then in All-Star because it's not going to get any type of card ward. But even if Yildirim did play, again, it comes back to the whole point here about restoring the value and the significance of cards. Even if Yildirim did play here, he's only going to win us most likely a tier 5, so it's like a 40p card. So again, it's like, do I really care about a 40p card? Not really. I don't. So yeah, if anything, this is probably fine. We get 100 Sorare coins here, which is cool. We definitely take that. Cap 220 rare has been a bit of a disaster. Cap 220 rare, again, it's the month long. So again, I'm not bothered at all. If anything, I want my disaster teams to be in Cap 220. Just because the prize pool is so poor, and it's actually looking like it's going to be that my worst performing rare players are going to be in Cap 220. So in theory, that's kind of worked the way that I wanted it to, where we're just going to throw our backup or our kind of our fringe players, like our leftovers in here, and then just hope for the best. And if they don't do anything, we basically are not any worse off, actually. So yeah, it's pretty cool. We have 2 more players left to play, but they're not going to probably do that great. And then Cap 270 was throwaway, Academy, and all that sort of stuff. So that's how we're done. 2 thresholds, the limited and the rare, and an under 23, tier 3 at the moment, which we're going to give away to the community. And if it doesn't hold on to a tier 3, it's going to be a high-end tier 4. So one way or the other, we're going to have a card to give out to you guys on the channel. Free Tip Scout, what is your plan for super rare? Ask FBL Thinker. So the plan for super rare is to start to build and put together a super rare team in the new year. And that team will be for Cap 240. The problem with the super rare is that it's just like the price of the goalkeepers, right? So, which is the problem for all scarcities, isn't it? Not just super rare, but yeah, I think for me, like, I didn't want to spend a lot on a goalkeeper when I put the rare team together, which is why I spent less than 200 on Ali Varul. Even when I spent about 230, 240 on Hervey Kofi, I was a little bit like, oh, getting a little bit uncomfortable now spending that much money on a digital card on Sorare today, given that we know what happens with the card prices, right? I wouldn't really have too much of an issue spending like £1,000 or £500 or whatever it is, right, on cards on Sorare, if I felt like the actual card values could maintain. But because we know that they can't, it's a lot of money to put down in super rare, even though you do win it back, right, in the threshold. I like to be able to win it back, but I also like to be able to have the option of selling the player for what I paid for them. So yeah, the plan is to go into super rare in the new year. I haven't really started to plan it or think about it properly, because the one thing that I need in rare, the last thing that I need in rare, I need a 3rd starting goalkeeper, and I need an American goalkeeper or an America goalkeeper. And to be honest, I probably also need like an America forward. To be fair, I need an America team, because that's probably my next priority, my next step before getting into the super rares. I want to have a team that's good to go when the America season starts again. But I also don't need to like rush to do that, because the strategy for me in the past has been that I pick up my America players in the summer rather than in the winter before the start of the new season. The one thing that I do want to get, I think, like in the winter is the goalkeeper. And then I don't mind waiting for the new season cards of the America players to then be minted, to then pick those up. The reason I kind of tend to do it like that is that if you've got a goalkeeper, right, but then like an America goalkeeper, but then you've got loads of your European players, then you can just put them in All-Star, right? Or you can put them in 270. But like getting an America player, goalkeeper, in winter is going to be much more cheaper to do it now than it is in the summer. In the summer, I found that you can still get the outfielder players for just as cheap as what you could get them for winter, but not quite the case as well for the goalkeepers. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. Some America goalkeepers are crazy cheap now. You can get some around 0.05, 0.06. Yeah, they are. I actually have a couple of players in mind. So it's just a case of getting through Christmas, right? And then getting into the new year and then putting some money together for it. Because this is just an expensive time of the year, isn't it? Christmas. So I'm not in a position where I can go out and kind of spend now, even though I'd like to. But in January, I think, yeah, expect another like rare goalkeeper, an America rare goalkeeper to come into the gallery. And then I'll need a rare forward. I already have a couple of defenders and like midfielders, but they're not that great. But yeah, I need an America goalkeeper. You're not doing the mistake of getting a Stefan Fry again. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. I think if you've been playing Sorare for long enough, everybody kind of knows, if you've been experienced and playing for long enough, that you don't want to be spending more than what you need to. And everybody has their different level of what they think is expensive and what they think is cheap, right? And for me, like when it comes to a goalkeeper, at the moment, I don't want to spend any more than £200 on a rare goalkeeper. In fact, I want to get my rare America goalkeeper for under £200 if I can, closer to what I paid for Ali Varul, which was like 164, so around the £150 mark. That's where I'm at with it. Whereas some others might think that £300 is actually pretty cheap and whatnot, right? So yeah, I want to go and do that, but I think I'll do it in the new year. And then once I've got that, I can then start thinking about moving up into super rare. Can you imagine I spent 300 euros for a limited Stefan Fry? Oh my God. That's like one of those horror stories that even when I read it, it makes my eyes bleed. 300 euros for a Stefan Fry is, it's too much, really. But you know what, though? That's the thing, Beast. At the time, right? At the time, it might have seemed like it was, well, probably not at the time. I was going to try and defend you there. I was going to try and say, well, probably at the time you thought that was good, but also I think at the time it probably would have been still quite expensive. Yeah, I don't think you've got much defense there. So we move it on swiftly. You guys are telling me there is the Dortmund celebration cards. Let's just quickly bring these up, right? Let's have a quick look now. And then what I want to do as well is I want to look at this new raffle system because that seems quite, oh, cool. Look at these. Wow. Woohoo! Look at those. They look good. Wow. Look at look at Gregor Kobel. Wow. He's got his mouth wide there, isn't he? He looks like a dinosaur. He's got dinosaur mouth going on. I like the celebration that he's doing there. Pretty cool. He's put a lot of passion into it. That is cool. It looks a bit... One thing I've noticed with these celebration cards, I don't know whether it's just my screen or not. I don't know whether you guys have noticed it too, but like there seems to be a little bit of a weird pixelation or something on the outside, the outskirts of the image. I don't know if you can see it at the top of his head, like where his hair is. It just doesn't seem to look that crisp or clean. It looks a bit pixelated, like it's not working well with the background. It's a bit of a weird graphical kind of thing. Yeah, like the screen mask, exactly. Yeah, it's like the screen mask. You've basically took the words out of my mouth there. I said dinosaur, but probably the screen mask is a way better one. I like the I like the Nico Schlotterbeck one too. Are they all doing the same celebration? They're all pretty much doing the same celebration. That's a bit lame, though. Maybe they were told to do that as a team, just do all the same celebration, but you kind of want them all to do different celebrations, no? A bit lame if they're all doing the same, in my opinion. Why do we have the celebration cards when we have nothing to celebrate until our coach is gone? Well, that's why they're celebrating now. They're getting ahead of it. These cards are cool. Keep in mind that with celebration cards, especially if you're a new user on Sorare, you don't need to get these cards, okay? You don't need to. They're very cool cards to get. They are appealing to collectors. So if you want to just have cards for collectible sake, whether it be for the collection bonus or you just like the look of the cards, you are going to pay a premium for them. But they don't offer any extra scoring in the game. They do count towards the collection bonus higher because these are considered special edition cards. But in terms of the scoring that they give you in the game week to game week, these cards don't give you any bigger boost compared to the normal one. So if you're a new user, you don't have to think, oh, wow, like I have to get a special edition one because it's going to give me better scoring. It's not like that. You're basically just paying for the collection bonus aspect of it, and then you're also paying for how they look, right? So yeah, keep that in mind, but it'll cost you more to collect them. And they're on the market right now, so you can go and start to collect them. We've also got this here. This is a little bit more important, so we do need to talk about this, right? New raffle drop. So this is the new system which Sorare have proposed, which is going live today from the looks of it here. The club shop raffle alert. So for a long, long time, if you didn't know, Sorare have been dropping merchandise in the game, and they've been dropping it, and it's been like a free-for-all. It's been like first come, first served, and it's been an absolute hot mess, basically, where after a second, they're sold out. And it's just been causing a huge amount of frustration where managers are saving up for these. They're waiting for the drops, and then they don't get them, and they don't even really have an opportunity to try and get them because they're just sold out. So the community have been calling for like a raffle system, a much more fairer way where people have an actual chance to get them. And they proposed this raffle system, which is going live today. So new raffle drop today at 7 p.m. Central European time, which is 6 p.m. UK time. You'll have 10 minutes to get your ticket for a total of 1,000 coins. So at 7 p.m. Central European time or 6 p.m. UK time, there is a 10-minute window, apparently, where you can enter the raffle. Like 10-minute window, okay? And then if you try and get in on this at, say, 11 minutes past, you're going to miss the window. So for 10 minutes, you need to be available for 10 minutes from 7 p.m. Central European time, 1 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. UK time, right? There is a huge haul here. I think this is the biggest amount of, well, we don't know that because we haven't actually been seeing the quantities of what they've been giving out before. So it might have been the same quantity. But for this one here, there's 100 mystery signed jerseys from the last season, okay? And these jerseys, these shirts can be from any league, and you won't know because it's a mystery, right? You won't know who signed them. You won't know what club you get if you get them, but they're going to be signed jerseys from, different clubs from last season that are covered in Sorare. The coins are non-refundable. There are multiple tickets allowed. So if you had 100,000, if you had 100,000 Sorare coins, you could literally go into this 100 times, right? That's not true. That's not true. Well, you could technically, couldn't you? That's not true. You could, but you'd have to go some. You'd have to really go some to to enter it 100 times in 10 minutes. I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know whether you can like say, like, here's the quantity of coins that I want you to take from me, or whether you have to do it one by one each time. So that'll be interesting to see later on. But you can enter multiple times, right? Keep in mind though that the coins are non-refundable. So I don't know whether I'm going to go in for this one. I think I'm going to skip this one because what I think is going to happen here is that everyone's going to go hard on this because it's the first time it's the raffle. So you're actually going to get a crazy amount of interest still in here. And then probably entering once is not going to be enough. And I've only got 34,000 like Sorare coins. So, you know, I could go into this technically like 30 times, right? 34 times. And I could probably still come away with nothing, which might be the case because I think that there will still be a lot of interest in this one. So I don't think I'm going to do it. Is anybody going to do it? Is anybody here in the stream going to be getting in on this here? It does also go on to say that lucky managers will be able to claim their jersey, one per person maximum. So you get multiple entries, but if you win, then you only get one. And you can claim it tomorrow at 2 p.m. Is anybody getting involved in this here? You've got 600 Sorare coins, says F Jump. Okay. You don't even have enough to give yourself a chance, do you? Apple's got 3,000. How much is a signed shirt normally? Like 50 to 75,000. Can't be worth spending more than that. No. But then it also depends, doesn't it? Because some people, especially whales, they might not just care because they're probably earning loads. So they could just think, you know what, I just want to get my hands on one, no matter the cost, really. But you're right, actually. I don't think you should technically be spending tons, right? Like 100,000 would be mental. But this is replacing the old system. So the old system before was like they were 35,000 and you'd only pay that if you got it. So that's why it's a little bit of an interesting system, because technically you could end up spending more Sorare coins than 35,000 and still come away with nothing. So this is kind of like why I kind of get why they're saying the coins are non-refundable, because they want to make sure that if you go into it, that there's like a give and take, right? So you just can't, like, they want to try and make sure that like not everyone's going into it all the time. So then this raffle doesn't actually help the managers that have enough to pick up these jerseys. So that then what you end up doing is having the same amount of people entering as you did before. And it's just, yeah, again, still a lottery. The only issue, though, is, as I say, is that you could, in theory, end up spending like 100,000 Sorare coins, and you could not get anything. So this is the thing, like, this is fine, but there needs to be also an alternative way to get these, or to get some kind of merchandise in the club shop. Because otherwise people are going to start to get a little bit frustrated if they're spending this here that they've been saving up, because this is the only way to get something of any value in the club shop, and there's not another way. There's no alternative in the club shop. And I've already told Sorare that. I've kind of said, like, this is fine technically, but at the moment, if we go into the club shop here, right, we go onto the merch, there's nothing in there. Like, there's 0 items in there. There's these skins, which obviously nobody wants because they're crappy and they don't do anything at all to help you in the game. They're rubbish. Why would you spend 2,000 Sorare coins on this here when it costs 1,000 to give you a chance to win a signed shirt? So all of this, like, this pricing is just so out of whack now. It just doesn't even make sense anymore. They just need to remove it almost. And then the boost as well. I mean, look how crazy this has got now. Look, 7,500 for a rare level up. When again, you can go in and try and get a signed shirt from like real football players. You can try 7 times for that. This doesn't make sense, this pricing anymore, does it? Look, 15,000, 45,000. So all of this here is kind of crappy. It has been for a while, and it's now really overpriced crap. So So my kind of my big issue with this is that the club shop is just not acceptable. It's not acceptable, and we know that they're improving it, but I just would like the club shop to be in a better state alongside this raffle system, so that maybe if you feel like, okay, I do want to get some merchandise, but I don't want to spend 1,000 each time to potentially come away with nothing, I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to go and buy some stuff here in the shop, which is going to cost me a little bit more, but then at least I'm guaranteed to get something for my Sorare coins, right? And there's not even an alternative there, which I think is just really, really poor. But hopefully we get it in the new year. In theory, you could also spend 1,000 and win. You could, yeah. You really could. We're almost seeing a little bit more RNG, aren't we? A bit more luck and lotteries that are happening now in Sorare. As you know, we've got the reward boxes now, where in theory you could come like last in the prize pool and end up winning a star. And now for this the club shop staff, you could spend 1,000 and end up getting on the very first go a Sorare jersey. So yeah, economically smart move from Sorare, because this way they'll remove more Sorare coins from the market, stop the inflation, and probably make people play Rivals more to earn it back. That's true, yeah, that is true. I'm still not going to play Rivals though, even if it means I get more Sorare coins. I'm just not. I want to wait until it's fun, and then I'll play it. I'll wait. Hopefully, can get something for being top 2 in Luton collection. Yeah, I'm hoping so too on that. You want the you want the damn Sorare hoodie? Let me buy with Sorare coins. You guys can't actually see it, can you? I've been trying to figure out a way where I can kind of have my setup and the camera set up so you can still see, like me and everything, but then you can also see this here. I don't know if you can see it. Let's go back here actually, because Jordan wants this here. Jordan wants this here. Look, Sorare hoodie. I wear it all the time now. Whenever we go live, it's got this pretty cool. I don't know if you can see that. Look, it's got that pretty cool logo on it as well. Yeah, I like this. Honestly, this hoodie is well worth getting. So if there's ever a Sorare hoodie, guys, that Sorare throw in the club shop or whatnot, try and get it, because this hoodie is so comfortable. It's so comfortable. It's really good quality. It's done really well, and yeah, you'll love it to wear it. So try and pick it up. We're supposed to be looking at the midweek, but we haven't had a chance yet. What we're going to do, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then when we come back, we will then start to look at the midweek fixtures and just talk about some players as well, because there's quite a lot of games. We also need to do some lineup building. So plenty to do. Don't go anywhere. Stay here, and I'll be back in literally 2 minutes, guys, okay? All right, guys, we're back again. So we have spent the last few hours actually just talking about the game week and just, players in general, lineups. I still haven't built my lineups. Let's now spend some time looking at the next game week, which is game week 434. That's the midweek game week on Sorare, which starts tomorrow. And there are a lot of games happening in the midweek. So you can see here already for tomorrow, look at all these games which are happening tomorrow. There's loads of games happening on Wednesday as well. Look at that. I mean, if you can't put out a team for the midweek, then I'd be surprised because there's a lot of games which are happening. There's no games happening on Friday, though. So let's try and run through a few of them. I don't think we're going to get time to run through a ton, but we can at least look at a few, right? Yeah, I kind of like to wake you guys up, don't I? But just announcing myself unexpected. Next time I'll come on shouting. No, I won't. I won't come on shouting if it's already scaring you guys. Right. We're gonna use Sorare data here. We always use Sorare data when we're looking ahead to the game week, when we're just looking at any game week. And in the game week center on Sorare data, we can already see where some of the big mismatches are. So at the top here, you've got Rangers at home against St. Johnstone, sorry. Then PSG against Mets at home. That's a nice one too, in theory, on paper. Barcelona at home against Almeria. I agree with that. Bayer Leverkusen at home against, oh my God. Bayer Leverkusen at home against Bochum. Wow. Champion Europe looks pretty filthy, doesn't it? The top, in the top five, you've got 3 Champion Europe and PSG, Barcelona, Bayern. So if you're looking to compete in Champion Europe this week, you might want to be a bit careful. It could be really difficult for you to win something of any significance with these three teams here. Sorry, they have really good fixtures at paper, and they're all at home as well. You've also got Stuttgart at home against Augsburg, which is pretty good too. Atletico Madrid at home against Getafe. Bayern Munich away to Wolfsburg is it's Bayern Munich, so they're usually going to do quite good. I don't think that's as easy as what. I mean, it's 69%. That's probably about right. Cercle Brugge at home against Courtrai. Wow. Dortmund at home against Mainz. Oh, wow. This could be a high-scoring midweek, guys, honestly. Yeah. I think if you don't have heavy-hitting Champion Europe players, then it's the competition to avoid. Because it's just going to be dominated, I think, by PSG, Barcelona, Bayern, Atletico Madrid. I mean, tricky. I mean, look, even Real Madrid are away to Deportivo. Now, it's away, but it's Deportivo Alaves who aren't that great. And it's Real Madrid. So, yeah, Bellingham could also just smash another big score. You got Reims at home against Le Havre. Wow, okay. Interesting. We'll be AFK a while. Need to hit the gym. Watch on the phone. Thank you so much, Twitch Gaming. All good, man. I think you just play an Almeria. You just play an Almeria stack and try and be the try and call the upset, right? I mean, to be fair, if you play the Almeria stack and Almeria ended up pulling off one of the biggest upsets so far this season, you'll be laughing. But I can't see it. Reckon I should try my Gent stack in Challenger Europe Rare Pro, sorry, or just play it safe and go Challenger Rare. Probably just Challenger Rare, yeah, rather than Challenger Rare Pro. That's what I would do personally. Depends also on the number of entrants, right? If you're seeing that for Challenger Rare Pro, there's not a huge amount of entrants, you might be having a better opportunity there, but yeah, I'd need to look at the entrance and work it out as well. Right, let's have a look at some games here. Who's the best common goalkeeper for Cap 220? What, for what? For this midweek? For the midweek, you mean? I don't know. We've not even had a look at it yet. We're going to look at it now. Dean Henderson is a zero cost. Is Dean Henderson a zero cost, is he? Yeah, seems like a good option. Dean Henderson, good shout there from Hazard. He's a good player as well. Good goalkeeper anyway. Look at that, done really well against Man City. 2-2, 62.6. That's a good one. Don't know, man. Honestly, that's the honest answer. Don't know, because we haven't even looked at it yet. We haven't worked it out. So yeah, you'd need to look at that yourself, buddy. Mine's always ready for an upset, especially against struggling Dortmund. I don't think so. I don't know about that. No, not Renault. We keep, honestly, we keep getting Renault's name in here. Why do we keep getting Renault's name in here? Let's put Frederick in here. Here we go, Frederick Renault. Why do we keep getting this name coming up for this guy? I mean, technically, you could say, yeah, he is kind of like an option, especially for Cap 220 as a common. He's got an L15 and a 30. I just don't think at the moment, based on his level of scoring, that this is going to change anytime soon. They just lost 3-0 to Bochum. Lost 3-0 to Bochum. Like, they're not even that strong, Bochum. They're good at home, but are they good that they should be beating Union Berlin 3-0? I wouldn't go anywhere near him, because I don't think you're getting the player or the level of scoring that you got last season. Because last season it was okay. Last season it was pretty good, right? Every week we kind of hear this name mentioned, and you know what? Like, everyone has a different opinion on it. But for me personally, I wouldn't go anywhere near this guy, L15 or 30. But I think what you're going to get is you're going to draft in someone with an L15 or 30. And I hope you can prove me wrong, by the way. I hope, like, in game week 4-3-4, he can hit like a mad score of 100. I really hope he can prove me wrong here, because they're at home against Cologne. Cologne have one of the worst XGs and the worst goals scored in the Bundesliga this season. So they're the worst attacking team, effectively, that is going up against one of the worst defensive teams. They're both right next to each other pretty much in the table. So they have a chance now, Union Berlin, to do good in this fixture. I just don't think that I trust the Union Berlin defense or the goalkeeper to do that good and to deliver a score that's going to make his L15 or 30 look good. Because that's the whole point, is like, if you draft someone into Cap 220, you can draft in a starter like this for an L15 or 30, which then means that you can get bigger heavy hitters, right, around the rest of the team. But essentially what you need to have is you need to have a player that can outscore their L15 by around 20 or more. And at the moment, you have to say, is he outscoring his L15 by 20 or more? Not really. He done it here, like, give or take. But most of the time, he's giving his scores a 30 or less, actually. So you're kind of almost paying 30 to get 30, which is not really what you want to be doing in Cap 220. You'd probably be better off looking at a Dean Henderson or someone. Mark Martinez got 15 points. It was always going to be tough. Yeah, Mark Martinez, to be fair, didn't have a good one. Right, let's look at a few fixtures here. So the Turkish Super League is back. We've got Istanbulspor versus Trabzonspor. That's actually horrible for the home team. Pretty good for Trabzonspor here. They have good players, Trabzonspor. A lot of them we've covered. This isn't super easy because it's away. We'd expect Trabzonspor to do well, to come out away on top of that one. Gaziantep versus Adana. That's kind of horrible for the home team too. Right, Werder Bremen versus Leipzig. So Leipzig is kind of like Forsberg's no longer playing for Leipzig, is he? He's played his last game. Have the coupons been opened yet? No, they'll be open later. Dortmund against Mainz is great. I feel like Dortmund have been a little bit underwhelming recently. But Dortmund against Mainz is a nice opportunity for them to get back at it. Krug is £30, is he? If you look at the scoring here for Dortmund, it's been 1-1, 1-1. They lost 3-2, another 1-1. They need a win. They need to get back to winning ways. They're dropping too many points here. They have if you look at this here, Dortmund arguably have the best run of 5 games out of any team in the Bundesliga. The next 5 opponents that they've got are Mainz at home, Darmstadt away, Cologne away, Bochum at home, Heidenheim away. Those 5 games, Dortmund should win. Every single game, in theory, they should win. They should smash these teams. They should score lots of goals. And they should even keep a couple of clean sheets against them. So not only are Dortmund really good, they're good in general, right? But not only are they really good for the next game week, they're actually really good over the next 5 games, 5 game weeks. Like, amazing. And you'd expect Dortmund to be one of the higher scoring, higher performing teams for the next month or so. Does anyone know why Kimmich and Goretzka wasn't playing? Is Kimmich not injured? I thought Kimmich was injured, no? Who's kind of a good cheap option also for Dortmund? Sula's probably a cheap option, isn't he? Yeah. Sula at £8.34 is a really good option.
To the real world.
For the midweek. In fact, Sula's brilliant for the midweek. Because with Sula, you have an L15 of 43. And he's doing amazing at the moment. And they've got the fixtures, as I say, where over the next 5 games, Sula could hit some monster scores, which we know he can do quite regularly. Sula's a cheat code, look. He's less than £10. So you could, in the limited, so you could literally play Sula in Cap 220 for the midweek, and he'll probably smash a score of 70, 80 against Mainz at home. Very big cheat code. Thank you, Lexifar, for the follow. Oh, Kimmich had the flu. Okay, fair enough. Who does have Sula? Because I think Sula's one of those guys in the Dortmund team that is actually far too cheap. I think, how much is Emre Can? Can's £6.30, but the issue here and the problem you can see is that Can, he does hit some big scores from time to time too. In fact, to be fair, Chan's AA is quite good. God, Can. The only problem is, though, his L15 is quite high, 54, but it makes him quite a good option for threshold. Chan's only £6.30. How much is Brandt's going to be expensive, isn't he? Well, not too expensive. He's only £21. Wow. How silly is limited at the moment? How silly is limited? That players like a Julian Brand are like £21. I mean, it's kind of cool, right? I don't want to knock it too much. It is kind of cool because it allows more people to collect players that they really want to collect, you know, like the superstar type players, the household name type players, right? Rather than just some unknown. So more fans can have a Julian Brand now because they can afford him. But yeah, it's kind of also a bit nuts that a player like this that is hitting, look, 85, 79, 87, 90, you can get in for around £20, probably a little bit less than that. I'm going for a Sociedad Leipzig hybrid for this midweek. I like that. Although, who have Sociedad got? Let's have a quick look. I can't remember who they've got. Okay, they have Cadiz away. That's not a good fixture, by the way. It's not that good a fixture. I mean, it sounds like it's a good fixture for Sociedad, but it's actually not. You can also see from the matchup indicators that they're not that great. Like, if it was at home, then I'd be thinking, yeah, you know what, like, that's going to smash, right? And maybe they do smash, but to be honest, Cadiz at home are difficult. Really difficult. They've got Ledesma in between the sticks. They don't concede a lot of goals at home. That's tricky. And I think the odds reflect that as well. A little bit. That's all right though. Yeah, if it's all you've got, if it's all you got, then I think it's not a bad fixture. I thought that this was a fixture that you were specifically targeting, and if so, then it wouldn't have been the fixture to specifically target. But yeah, if it's the players you've got, I think they'll do okay. Where are you going to be playing it? That's the thing. Where are you going to be playing your Sociedad team against Cadiz this midweek? Because I definitely don't think that you should be going into champion in this fixture, personally. In fact, let's just bring up Cadiz as well now that we're talking about it. So Cadiz versus Real Sociedad. So you can see Cadiz here. They're 16th. You got Sociedad all the way up here. And what you can see is that when you look at Cadiz at home, they've only conceded 9. They don't tend to win a lot, and they're often involved in under 2.5 goal outcomes. And then away from home, Sociedad scored 12. They've also conceded 8. So I'm expecting this to be under 2.5. They do have a very good record against them, but look at the amount of draws that both of these teams are kind of coming in to this fixture with. Probably could be a draw, like a 1-1. In fact, look, Cadiz have just had 2 1-1s, and then before that, they also had 2 1-1s, so it's probably a 1-1, which is why I don't think that fixture is particularly that good. I would put it in All-Star. Not All-Star, sorry. I'd put it in Cap 240. Depends on the cap of your players, but this strikes me as a threshold Cap 240 fixture. I mean, look, this is Real Sociedad now. Real Sociedad have had 0-0, 0-0, 3-0, 1-0, then 1-1, 0-0. They're having a lot of draws too. I think this is a 1-1. Yeah. And because it's going to probably be I'd say a draw or a low-scoring game, I don't think there'll be enough opportunities for players to smash a big score, which is why you want to completely avoid, in my opinion, if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't be putting it into champion, especially after like the fact that we're just seeing that champion has some massive mismatches already. Just means you won't be able to win in Champion Europe, most likely. Do you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to build my teams instead. There's almost, we're starting looking at this a little bit too late. It's kind of cool. We might dip back and forth to it. Because yeah, there are loads of games here, but like we could spend the next 10 hours going through the games here and we still wouldn't be able to get through it. You can see that there are some good mismatches here. Let's dip back to it when we're building the lineup. Because at the moment, I genuinely have no idea. And look, I haven't even entered for the reward box special. Because Sorare, they didn't even have this added initially. And we kind of got asked saying, why is it not there when it should be there? And I was like, well, it's Sorare. When they launch stuff like this, new stuff, it's not seamless. There's often like these little bugs or there's like features that are missing. And so, yeah, it's there now. We knew it was going to be there, but initially when this game week opened, it wasn't there at all. So I haven't even registered a team for it yet. I don't know what we can, do we prioritize it? No. We need to prioritize for game week 434. I think we need to prioritize Cap 240. I think also I can put out, well, okay, I can put out a few teams here in rare. The issue is that I don't have a rare starting goalkeeper. And again, we can see Gaziantep. It's got a horrible fixture here. Yeah. We don't have a goalkeeper that has a game. Okay. So, let's get our Cap 220 rare done. Let's see if we can win a card. Well, was going to say, let's see if we can win a card award. We can't even win a card award in Cap 220 rare for the week, which is a little bit annoying. But we've probably got a good chance to post a fairly decent score. So let's try and do it. Okay. Heading out, not feeling it today. Have a nice stream, everyone. Oh, Ligma's not feeling well. Thank you, Ligma, for jumping in. Appreciate it. Quim says he's joined the limited box 270 this game week and made 280 points with only 3 players. Really happy with this new mode. Hope I get a decent reward from it. Really well done, man. You've scored nearly as much as me, and I've got 5 players that are playing. You've only got 3 that have scored. So you could have been on for a really good reward there, man. But this new format is, in my opinion, a game changer. I haven't really seen anyone talking about that or using that word. Isn't that funny? When we had list or play, I heard everyone saying that list or play was a game changer. When we had collection bonuses, I heard everyone saying it's a game changer. When we had the cat modes coming in, it was a game changer. When we had the cash wallet, it was a game changer. I haven't seen anybody use the word game changer for the rewards. The rewards format of the reward boxes which have been proposed. And I actually think, for once, this is a game changer. Along with the cash wallet. I thought the cash wallet was a game changer. I think the rewards format for the rewards box is a game changer because I think it is actually the long-term solution to some of the problems we're seeing in the game around rewards and values and stuff. And I think it also just, makes the game more fun and appealing. And also, to be honest with you, you start to tap a bit more into the mainstream. Because let's be honest with it, like mainstream, if you want to get into the mainstream, you need to make your rewards special and exciting. And at the moment, they just haven't been. But if you add a bit of a loot box in there, I mean, loot boxes are in pretty much every sort of successful game today. And, you know, that's people love them. People love them, right? And so, yeah. I might have to use the word game changer today when I'm talking about the reward box. So just because I feel like I haven't seen anyone say it, I've got to be the one to say it. I am 300 points off Cap 220 rare reward. Don't have a rare playing goalkeeper, but have 4 good players. So should I enter Cap 240 rare with a goalkeeper or Cap 220? Well, what do you think? Do you think your 4 players can hit the threshold, FPL Thinker, even with a DMP? Because like this is the process that I'm going through now, is that if I go back to my, just to show you, right, as maybe that's the way to answer that question. If I look at my Cap 240 rare, I'm in the same boat as you. I don't have a starting goalkeeper, but I want to try and win $50, right? Now, the issue that I have is that it's fine not having a starting goalkeeper, but can my outfield players hit $50 realistically? Can they hit 280 points? I've got Max Allen Gradle is the only forward here. And then I've basically got Pappy. I could kind of stack with the Gaziantep boys here. I've got Kadri too. But basically, when I look at the players I've got here, I'm thinking to myself, do I prioritize 240 here to try and hit the threshold with the $50? And technically I should. Because there's not even any weekly rewards in the Cap 220. And I also think I'm in the same boat where even for the monthly in Cap 220 rare, I don't think I've got a chance of winning anything good. So I probably should give it a go. And maybe that's what I'll do. It's just I haven't thought about it myself. So I think that probably I am going to do 240 to hit the threshold, or try and hit the threshold, because the $50 is obviously significant. And then, of course, if I don't hit the threshold with 4 players, then if I put those 4 players in Cap 220, then it probably wouldn't have resulted in anything anyway. And if it does, it's probably only going to be a low-end card. This is the thing. This is the point. I sent a tweet out. Some of you guys might have seen it. I sent a tweet out before we went live talking about one of the biggest challenges that Sorare does have to try and get its head around is restoring the value and specialness to the card rewards. And this is one of the thought processes that's going through my head right now. I'm sure goes through a lot of you guys' heads too, is that I should be thinking to myself, oh, well, okay, I can't really realistically have a chance of hitting the threshold here with four players, right? I don't have a starting goalkeeper. But if I play those four players in cap 220, even though there's no weekly rewards, I have a chance then of potentially winning something at the end of the month. But the problem is that the reward, so the carrot on the end of the stick at the end of the month, isn't worth it. It isn't worth it. So this is the big kind of challenge that Sorare need to do, or need to tackle, is that they need to find a way to restore the value and the significance to card rewards. Because I shouldn't be in a card game. I shouldn't be in a card game, and I'm telling you for an absolute fact, I shouldn't be in a card game thinking about not winning a card. And even though logically it makes more sense for me to put 5 players in a team to potentially win a card than it does for me to just try and risk it for money, the card should almost be worth more than the money. You know, the threshold. Maybe the threshold's too high. Maybe the cards are too low. In fact, the cards are too low. That's what we'd say. Probably the threshold is too high as well, or high as in the value you can make from it. But yeah, at the moment, I'm kind of here now, realistically considering putting my 4 best outfield players in a team that's probably not going to hit the threshold, which is the $50, when in an ideal world, playing a card game, you want to be able to win cards that you feel are significant, because the cards really should be the things to be winning. And then the cash should be, unless you get podiums and stuff, the cash should almost be like a nice additional bonus. But it's the other way around. It's completely reversed. It's like the cash for most people is the thing to win, and the cards is the bonus. But it's a card game, so the cards should be the main thing to win. The cash should be the additional, oh, it's a nice little bonus too. So they've got to try and fix that. They really do. Because if they don't, then you're just going to have a situation which is like a downward spiral, where the cards become less and less desirable, less and less useful, less and less valuable. And then that's not a good sign, because you're a card game and your main product is the cards, and nobody wants the cards, basically. Thank you also to... I need to have a little look here who I'm thanking. Thank you to Icon98 for the Prime Man and the 3 months. Thank you so much, Icon. Podium should get cards in 240 as well. You could argue that, yeah. You could say that in 240, you just leave it so that the cards are given for the podium places. Thinking of getting an MLS collection soon. I'm thinking Orlando. You got any thoughts? I like Orlando. Orlando, back in the day when Orlando had, they had Benji, Michelle. They also had Nanny. They also had Daryl Dyke. They also had Sylvester Vanderwater. And then they also had, what's his name? Oh, Chris Muller, right? So when those guys were playing for Orlando, I thought Orlando was super exciting. And they are still an exciting team. But I've always loved the team Orlando for the players they've had. And I'm also like the kit, because purple is my favorite color. I just think that kit always looks really cool every year. I like Orlando. The only thing I'd say about Orlando is that they're not that good defensively. So they're quite good to get into like midfielders and attackers. But defensively, when you look at the players they've got, like the goalkeeper's decent, Pedro Galice, but then in front of him, he's got Robin Janssen, who is probably the only defender that I would really consider getting from the Orlando team. But even then, he's kind of old. You don't get much utility out of him. He's also injury prone. So I think it's okay. But the one thing I'd say is that I do think that there are better collections to get. from the MLS. Yeah, then Orlando. It's just a weird comp now. Just pure cash and only 5 now. Increases if you get 340 or 380. Got a bit of a pain in my chest. Oh. If I slump over here, then yeah, do sound the alert. Actually, funny enough, I saw that the other day. I don't know how it came into my feed, but I saw a video, I think it was on YouTube, of like moments when streamers have literally like collapsed or fainted or passed out live on stream. So yeah, that was quite scary. So yeah, don't let that happen to me. I don't want to make it onto that reel. Right. So let's go back here. So technically, we shouldn't be playing our best 4. But I think we are going to be playing our best 4 here because the potential to earn the $50 far outweighs any card reward that we can win. And as I say, it really shouldn't be like that. I think actually everybody should be, I'm not kidding here, I think everybody should be taking advantage of the threshold right now. I really do. Because the threshold, in the current state of it, the threshold cannot continue in the current state with all other things being as they are in the current state. So earning $50 at the moment, with the prices being so low, is ridiculous. As in, it's so good that it's almost too good that it has to stop. Not stop, but they'd have to look at changing it. Because if you could earn $50 when the card rewards were, or the the values were higher, but you can earn $50 now when the card values, the players are lower, then how does that make sense? It doesn't really. If anything, it should have been higher when the values were higher, and obviously lower when the values are lower. We don't want that to happen to you. No, please don't. Yeah, don't let me pass out on the stream, or not that you have much choice, right? But don't let me just slump on the stream and then for nothing to happen. Of my $50, how much would you put into a Cap 240 team, and what to do with the rest? So hold on a minute. What are we talking about here? First of all, what scarcity are we talking about? Rare or limited? I guess we're talking about limited with $50, right? I think I just want to understand the question a bit more. So of my $50, how much should you put into a Cap 240 team? Okay, I'm with you. And then you want to know how much I'd spend for the 240, and then how much left over, what would I do with the rest, right? For Cap 240, you don't need to spend, and you shouldn't, in limited, in my opinion, you shouldn't spend more than $20 of that 50. You can easily put a team together for Cap 240 for $20, and then that leaves you with $30 left over, and you could then go and build another 2 or 3, well, another 2 teams, I'd say, with that, or another 1 if you wanted some heavy hitters. But you know, in my experience playing limited, is that you want to be very careful, especially if you're a small budget player or manager. You want to be very careful spending a lot on limited, because if you are a budget manager, you can overcommit on limited. You can overspend without realizing it, because at the time you might think this is actually a good price, but then a week down the line, the player's half the price than what you paid. A week after that, they're then another half cheaper. So, and then it becomes almost incredibly difficult, almost impossible for you to then sell and recoup that money. Now, you will be able to probably claim that back from the threshold, right? But you don't really want to be selling cards at a loss, right, on face value if you don't need to. So I think getting a team for like $20 with the 50, more than capable of doing it. The one thing I always say, and I'm going to say it again, if you've got more money to spend in Sorare, you can take less time scouting. If you have less money to spend on Sorare, you need to spend a lot more time scouting. So it's the opposite for each situation. So budget managers should be scouting a lot more than whales and bigger pocket managers who can just go out and buy the players that everybody knows, right? That can then give them the like scoring without even thinking about it. I have a new rule for limited strikers: max 0.0010 and mid and defenders under 0.005 only. Yeah, I have like a similar thing. It's not as fixed as what FIFA's just said there. But when I was still buying limiteds, because I'm obviously not buying limiteds anymore, but when I was still buying limiteds, I would basically buy players for under £5. And it wasn't always the case because, of course, I bought a few just a little bit over. But when it came to defenders and midfielders, I would especially look at them at around the 60p mark or under £1. And then I would look at goalkeepers and forwards up to around £5 or so. More than that, I couldn't really, especially over the last few months of playing limited before I stopped, I couldn't really justify spending £30 on a goalkeeper and then seeing the goalkeeper just continue to slide down in price to like £10 or whatever. I'm just so done with that now. But I think it's a good system to get into. We say X amount is what I'm going to spend for a specific player and then a specific scarcity, right? I'm struggling to scout, to be honest. I'm just watching what you scout. Why are you struggling to scout? What's the thing that's holding you back from scouting? I mean, to be honest with you, look, I'm going to show you how easy it is, Icon. But I'm going to just do it off the cuff here, right? Unplanned. I'm going to show you how easy it is to scout for a team for Cap 240 for $20, right? You know how I'm going to show you? I'm going to literally do it in like 5 minutes, right? So here we go. We go into the concepts beta here. We're going to build a team for Cap 240. It's going to be nice and easy. I'm just going to throw in a load of players here that just to show you. So we're going to throw in like Regis Gertner here, right? Regis Gertner, very good for Cap 240. He's £9, so he's a little bit pricey, but for the budget, but it's worth it. Throw him in there. We've also got another player that would fit quite well with him. A lot of the guys on the chat know Mamadou Fofana, high L15, £1.53. That's kind of pretty much our defense done. And then we've only spent, what, about £11. Then we're going to find some really cheap options here. So, for example, as a forward, we want to find like a real cheap option. What we could do with the forward here is we could throw in somebody like, who could we throw in? I want to throw in someone like Cordoba, but I think it's a little bit too expensive. Yeah, Inigo Cordoba is a little bit too expensive, like £5.10. But what we could do is we could find similar players like him who are maybe a little bit cheaper. So you've got this guy here who's only £1.87. He's actually okay. I want someone else other than that, though, if I'm honest with you. So a quick look. Gruber's in there. João Felix, Thuram. Let's keep going down here. Who else we got? Ollie Watkins is really expensive. Oliver Edvardson's decent. Brooks is in there. Zek is good. Ebibisi. Lawrence Shankland's in there for £12. Okay. Jean-Luc Dompe is in there. I like him. He's got really good AA. I think the problem with him at the moment is that he doesn't start regularly enough. So he's kind of got this really good level of scoring. What we could do, though, is we could throw in... I want a forward with a good AA. Let's try Tucci instead. Idrit Tucci, who's kind of £4, but then we do similar players from him. We need someone also who's got a bit of a low L15. Do a quick look here. Quick gander. Kevin Denke, Christoph Lang's in there. He's good, but he doesn't have any more games for the moment. Put Gander here. Anthony Gordon, no. Yeah, Augustine Biaki would be a good one, but he doesn't actually have any games anymore. But if he did have games, he'd be an excellent one to throw in here. Instead, what we could do, in fact, we'll do it like this because we've done it the other day. We could throw in Kortrijk. So we could throw in Kadri here. Let's throw in Kadri. I think this was literally the team that we built the other day. 30 Droyce, decent. Yeah, 30 Droyce, good. We could throw in Kadri here. Because we pretty much built this on the stream the other day, and it was a good one. Where's it going? Back here. Where is it? Did we get rid of our team here? Where is it? Oh, it's here, isn't it? Here we go. All right, forward. Okay. Sorry, midfielder. Kadri. This Kadri should be really cheap as well. Like £2.89 is really cheap there. And then we've thrown a different defender. As a forward, we could throw in Ojo as well, but we've got 82 left over. So why don't we do this here? As kind of like a bit of a scouting boot camp, because we're going to player and card finder. Then we're going to players, we're going to forward, and then we're basically going to look for a forward that has an L15 of around 45. And then also we're going to look for an AA here in the L15, something like 4 or 5. Let's put 5 in here for now. And then we're going to do limited, and then we're going to look for someone who's around £3 or less, something like that. But £4 though. Let's do that. Shouldn't give us loads of players here. Well, 209 is quite a bit. Gorican's in there. Okay. We want someone that's got the really good level of AA. We're going to put the AA higher in the L40 at like, say, 7. Then filter that down. That'll take that down massively. Okay, great. Perfect. Who have we got in here that's going to fit the bill? Mitrovic is decent. Not bad at all. Milan Juric, Dries Mertens is in there. Who else we got? Sinestra. Let's focus on Europe here. Come off here. Let's do the league. Where's the league at? League. Okay, Champion Challenger, second div. All right, filter that down even more. Okay, good. We've got Kada Bamba, Theo Bonganda, okay, Christian Lovric. He's not bad, actually, to be fair. Mitrovic, then we've got Butler. Okay. This Mitrovic is actually pretty good. He's like an under-23 player as well. His AA is 8.6, which is good. You're not really going to get loads of goals from him. But for threshold, it doesn't really matter. A lot of his scoring is the mid-range. So we're going to throw Mitrovic in here because he's kind of ideal. He's perfect for threshold. His L15 is a little bit high, which then means that for our build here, where's our build? I keep losing our build. Let's get off this here. Here we go. For our build, we'd need to find a cheap and a low-cost defender, which we can do like that. At the moment, we spent £15.14. We're going to find like a 60p player here. And then we're going to go back into... We have 37 left over. Can we get... what's his name? Can we get Bart van Rooij for that? Oh, Bart van Rooij is an L15 of 49 now. It's a bit annoying. Okay. Let's change that to a defender. Let's change this also to the L15 to what? 30... it's 37. Let's give us a little bit of room to breathe. So let's try and find someone for 35. And then we're going to keep the AA the same at 5 and then 7 here, which is kind of low. And then we're going to put the price down here at like £1.50. I really don't want to find anybody that's more than £1. We've got that as defender. So let's filter that now. All right, we have 19 results which come up here. Got a few options. Not loads, but we'd obviously go through them in detail. Got this guy for Gorica who's now playing a bit more. It could give us a little bit of a weird stack. Don't think it's necessarily the one we want to do. So what we would do instead is we would take the the AA off the L15, leave that as is there, filter. We get 114, then we can up this a bit more, just a tad to 9, just to filter out the guys that aren't going to really help us. That's good. Tim Oberdorf's on there. He's not bad. Happy Cisse's in there as well. I mean, Bar, Bush, okay. Sort this by L40, descending. Just got myself Kofi for 243. I think it is a good deal, yeah. I think it is a good deal. You paid pretty much what I paid like a month ago, which is good. Put this as well at 20% here. Get rid of all these guys that aren't playing. Good, here we go. Why is it not filtered it? Why is he still coming up when he has no... Why is he coming up? What's happened there? Why are these guys coming up? The ones that haven't played in their L5, when we're saying we need them to have played a minimum of 20%. Okay, now they've gone. That was a bit weird. It's a bit strange. Okay. Who have we got here? Pape Cisse, Jamie Lawrence, Erdogan's in there, Victor Diaz. Darmstadt's not bad as a Matty Pollock, who's not really playing. Let's up it. We are struggling here for 35. Let's up it to 37. And that will give us some more options. Filter. Okay, we get a few more. We get Alfonso Espino in there. It's pretty cool. Who we got at the top? Yeah, Pacarada. Bokele's in there. Foremost Mendy. He's decent. Mazuka. Connor Roberts is in there. Melly Mullenstein. Melly Mullenstein, I've mentioned this last week. He's actually someone that's probably good to get in on now, even if it doesn't look like it, because this isn't going to last forever. So eventually this is going to get better. So I am actually going to pick Mullenstein here for 68p. A lot of people would say, oh, don't go for them because they're really bad, and they are really bad. But that kind of scoring can't continue forever, and it won't. He's too good a player for that to continue. So we'll just throw Mullenstein in here like that for 68p. There we go. Took a little bit over 5 minutes, didn't it? But not too much. And you've basically got a team there. And it's a team that you can just put together really quickly. You'd obviously want to scout a bit harder. But that just shows you that you can put a team like that together for not much at the moment now in Sorare. So £15.82 on the floor, roughly about $20. And that's a team, honestly, that should be hitting the threshold quite regularly. The issue at the moment is Mullenstein, that his team's doing bad, so his scoring's bad. But once that would improve, then the team would do good. The issue, though, is that once Mullenstein's scoring would improve again, it would mean that this team, you wouldn't be able to play all the time because then it'd be over the cap. So that's the thing with cap 240, is that you need to have more options than just 5. And if you do buy just 5 players, you need to leave a little bit of room so that the players' scoring can increase enough that you can still play them under the cap. If you just build a team with no points remaining, then it means that you're going to be a bit screwed, because if one of those guys goes over the cap by 1 for the next game week, you can't put the team out. So, yeah. I don't think FIFA Boy was listening to what I just said there about Vitesse. Okay, I think I'll need to upgrade on Sorare data. How so? I mean, do you just have, if you want to upgrade, then do make sure that you use the, use my code if you upgrade on Sorare data. It will help me out massively. If you type in exclamation mark and an SD into the chat, you'll then see that there's my code there. So use that code Free Tip Scout at the membership page. It helps to support the channel a lot. Unfortunately, it doesn't give you a discount or anything. But yeah, it helps to support the channel and allows me to keep running the channel and doing the content like this, which can help you guys that are still looking to put teams together. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not sure, you might have missed it actually, Icon, but a few months back, I think it was about 3 or 4 months ago, we done a week where I'm always on Pro, because obviously it makes sense for me to have Pro to show you guys full access on stream to Sorare data. But we did do a week where we tried to use Sorare data without it. And I think if you haven't ever used Sorare Data Pro before, then you can just get used to using the rookie membership, right? But kind of once you go pro and you see all the extra information, it is very much worth it, in my opinion. I definitely would not have won as much on Sorare without the pro access or the advanced features on Sorare data. So for me, it's well worth the money. It's such a great product. It's always being iterated on. There we go. I don't see Sorare data use the word iterate as much as Sorare, but you'd actually argue that Sorare data have iterated their product a lot more, I'd say, than Sorare. But yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. I'm listening. I can tell you, I don't see Vitesse improving. To be honest, they lose to everyone 5. Meli Mullenstein will improve. I'm not sure whether the team will improve a lot, but Meli Mullenstein will improve. I'd rather there be an option where they took funds out of my Sorare account for Sorare data rather than the bank. Small gripe, I know. Maybe in the future, right? I think they've had that call from a lot of people, Theo Pamino, sorry. So I know a few people have said that. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a tie-in in the future. Right. Let's get back to my lineups here. I haven't done any lineup building, and we do need to do some. So I think that we are going to prioritize Cap 240 to hit the threshold, or try and hit the threshold. We have no goalkeeper, so we can leave Seaburn Handle in. I might want to put, yeah, let's leave Seaburn Handle in. Okay. And then we have Pappy, Sandy Walsh, and then Arda. Now, Pappy's quite a good option for threshold. If I'd done Pappy, I'd probably want to pair him up with Arda to just like fully commit. So I'm thinking that I run the stack here. We do Pappy, and then I don't want to run Ogden, because if Kadri's back, then I do want to play Kadri here. And then Gradle, who's probably not going to play, or if he does, he won't do that good. And then Arda, if Arda's fit and available to play. And then we would have the captaincy on Pappy. I'm torn in my reward box, 270. I have 2 keepers. David Soria against Madrid or Castells against Bayern. He'll either get mad AA. I personally would do the David Soria. That's what I would do personally, because Bayern scare me more than Atletico Madrid do. Confirm, continue. Okay, Cap 240 rare. Right. This is not a good team. We're going to see if that team can hit the threshold, though. If it can, oh my God. If that team hits the threshold, I'll probably end up doing some mental giveaway, because that team has no right to hit the threshold at all. And I'm certainly not expecting it. Yeah. You don't, it's like the lesser of 2 evils, isn't it? You don't have good options there at all. It's like, who's the one that can, because they're both probably going to concede 3 goals, right? Who's the one that can at least do better in their AA? I think David Soria. That's just more like a gut feeling, though, than anything, I think. Right, so because we've now prioritized Cap 240 rare, it means that we put like an absolute throwaway team in here. I mean, technically I could, who am I missing here? I think I'm missing a like a forward, aren't I? What we might do now is we might do a little bit of a scouting here. I don't think I'm actually going to buy anyone, but because it's just a cap 220, right? And again, I know I kind of sometimes sound like a bit of a broken record here, right? But you guys have to think about it in a logical, like a gaming way, okay? Like as a gamer, this is a game that we're playing, right? As a user, a customer, there should be an incentive for me to want to go out and pick up players, right, for competitions. There was an incentive for me to do that last week because I went and bought Nasa Chadley live on the stream for £6 in the rare because I thought that he could actually help me to win something significant, right? And he did. He helped us to win $50, okay? Here for Cap 220 rare, there should be a natural mechanic in the game, almost like a natural trigger in the game, because the game has been designed like that and the game economy is in that kind of condition. There should be a situation where I'm looking at my team now, the Cap 220 rare, and I'm thinking, right, the month long, I can't win any weekly rewards here, but I want to have a good track, a good go. Why did I say track? I want to have a good go at trying to hit a decent reward, right? But there's not enough. The prize pool doesn't do it for me. So it's almost like making me think this isn't worth me. It's not forcing me or making me feel like I need to go and spend money in this competition. And when that happens, like you've done it wrong or something's not working right. Because there should be every game week me looking at a competition as rare. If I don't have the players for it, I should be thinking, I need to go out and buy someone. I'm literally looking at this Cap 220 rare and I'm thinking, I do need to technically have someone for a forward. It's not really worth it. It's not really worth me. And I've got the money to do it as well. I've got, £46 sitting here. There's not an incentive for me to really go and buy a player for this game week. I already have players for after this game week. There's not an incentive. We're going to do it though anyway. Who knows? Like maybe I'll spot somebody and I'll think, oh, you know what? They're kind of cheap, right? So they're too cheap for me to ignore. I'm pretty sure there won't be. And I certainly am not interested in spending loads of money here. So if we do look at bringing in a forward, it'll be like another Nasa Chadley. I'll just try and pick someone up for like £4 or £5 because this is a competition that frankly I don't care about. And I want to care about it. I do. I really want to care about this, but Sorare need to make me want to care about it. They haven't really done that in the month on Cap 220. Newell got crazy AA against Bayern, but as you said, gave up 3 that wiped it out. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? When you have a goalkeeper that you know is going to probably concede like 3 goals, you think, well, I then need a goalkeeper that's going to produce like a masterclass in their AA. And then even then, it's actually not going to give a good score because, as you say, it's just going to cancel out the decisive. So one of the reasons why I would pick, I said I would pick Atletico Madrid over Bayern is that in the Bundesliga, the Bundesliga is a proper over 2.5 league. So you can pretty much expect every game, generally speaking, to have like over 2.5 goals in it. In the Spanish Liga, it's not the case. Like you can expect a lot more games to have under 2.5. So it could just be the case where Atletico beat them 1-0 or 2-0. And I'd expect that scenario more than, say, a 1-0 or a 2-0 or something for a Wolfsburg, or Wolfsburg to lose 1 or 2-0. When does the current month-long 220 end? I think it ends, game week 436, is it? Or something like that? I think it ends soon. I can't remember exactly. Like, there's no way here to see in this lineup building screen, but if we were to back out of it, it would then tell us, look, let's go and have a little look. Cap 220, where is it here? Here we go. And then the Cap 220 ends, where is it? Where is it? Oh dear. It usually says, does it say on the Cap 220 Limited? I think it says on the Cap 220 Limited, no? No, it doesn't. I don't know. Does it say, where does it say top 19th to the 22nd? Where does it say top left? Where does it say it? Because this is literally just the game week, isn't it? This is the game week that it's starting in. But this is the game week. This isn't when it ends. He wants to know when the month long ends. This is obviously the next game week, right? This is when the game week starts. We don't want to know about that. We want to know when the actual month long ends, and there isn't a way. Does it end after the next game week? So is this the next game? The next game week is the last one. Yeah, pro custom leagues you can. You should really be able to see it in here though. You should really be able to see it in here. So when you go into like the details here, there should almost be like a link or something, or like information here, because this is the details section, right? So you should really, being honest about it, it should have the end date here, because a lot of users aren't going to think to go into, like, they have to go back here, they have to go into what, the custom leagues, then they have to go into the Cap 220, and then it says it here, right? But most people won't really know how to do that, or won't do it. But yeah, you're right. It's the next game week is the last one. Cool. So yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if we look at, I guess if we need to look at it, right? Go into my gallery and then go into Sorare results. So look, yeah. Look at that. We're 510.7 points away from getting a reward. So it's legitimately not worth me. It's legitimately not worth me going and getting a card here. We've only got 528.58 points. We had a shocker there. But it's not we've had a shocker. We haven't been fucked. We couldn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted to do well in this, but we looked at the prize pool, and the prize pool was just not exciting. So I just thought, well, we'll just throw in leftovers in there. So yeah, we're not going to go and buy someone, or we're not even going to do some scouting for it. It's not worth it. We are a little bit away on the Super Cap 220. We're 0.8 points away from a tier 5. You know we're going to get the 40p card, don't you? We are so going to get the 40p card, especially after I've made such a big deal saying it's an absolute nonsense that there was even 40p cards in here to begin with. You know, with us being less than a point away from a tier 5, that we are going to win a 40p card. And you know when that happens. You know when that happens. I'm not going to kick off, right? Because I know that I went at this competition and there were 40p cards in there. But I am going to remind Sorare again that never again, like never again, put such a low tier in a month-long competition. Because there will be managers, right? 100% so that Sorare doesn't give itself problems, right? There will be managers out there that will end up winning a tier 5, right? From the month-long in the limited. And they will be so disappointed that they have spent 8 game weeks of their life to just get a tier 5. And it's not, this is the point here, it's not to say that they don't deserve to get a low-end reward, because if you get a tier 5, you haven't done that great, right, usually. But it's just the fact that you know you're going to win something that is not that great, that you can't sell, that you probably can't really use that well in Sorare. So it's kind of a reward, but it isn't. Maybe, hopefully, they'd start doing the reward boxes in the month long, or they just set a higher minimum for the card awards, and then they dish out the reward boxes for this lower level, because it'd just be way more exciting then, wouldn't it? That if you're going to finish towards the bottom end of a month long, you at least get a reward box, and you just don't know whether you're going to get a card in there or a star. You could still hit big, but just knowing after a month that all you're going to get for your efforts is a trash card that even the bots don't want to touch at all. It's not a good advert for the game. That's the point. It's not a good advert for the game. And then all you end up doing is you just create a negative situation unnecessarily, where just managers, rather than celebrating their reward, there'll be tons of managers just basically complaining and saying, "Oh, got this for a month and it's pretty crap and nothing to talk about," right? Where it should actually be things where it's creating a buzz about the game because you've got a reward box, and you don't know what you're going to get from your month-long play, and that, you then sort of like win something quite amazing in there and you can then talk about it, but no one's really going to be raving about winning the tier 5s in a month long at all. You're slightly contradicting yourself, man. You said on Twitter it's about winning cards. It's a card game, yet you put value towards your cards. If you truly believe what you say, you wouldn't mind with getting a tier 5. You are interpreting it wrong. Yeah, you are. So it is about winning cards in the game. It's not about winning cards that are no use in the game or have no value in the game, right? So in an ideal world, what you want to have is the cards that are super desirable, that people want to get their hands on. So the only thing that they really want to win almost is the cards, right? You want to make those the thing that not everyone's winning them. Like, they're so difficult to win, or they're so rare to win, that they then have inherent value in them, right? But the tier 5s, you're right, being a card award, they're not the thing to win. They're not. I mean, does anybody here realistically think that winning tier 5 40p cards is great for most users? Because they do have a use in the game. If you're a starter manager, if you're a beginner manager, they can help to build out and flesh out your collection, right? But for most managers that have been playing, experienced managers, they don't want those types of cards, especially in the limited anymore. So giving out that card isn't really worthwhile. They're just trash cards. You want to win a card that's worthwhile, that has significant value financially and also in the game, right? It's a card that can help propel your gallery. It's actually something worth winning. And the tier 5s just aren't. The tier 4s, some of them are, but most of them also are kind of a little bit underwhelming and just not great. So the point that I made on Twitter is about, if you can bring back the value to cards so that people are, like, for example, right? It's BitHorse. This is a good example, right? We talk more about trying to hit the threshold, trying to hit money in the game, than we do about hitting any type of card rewards. And that shouldn't be the case in a card game, because it should be that you want to try and win the card rewards, right? And then the threshold that you get is great. It's a nice kind of like bonus, but I'm talking about that. And everyone I see, most people are saying now that threshold is head and shoulders the thing to focus on, especially if you're a budget manager. So just winning the money is the main thing. And I'm not against cash rewards. I think they're great. But if you're a card game, you need to make it so that the cards are the most desirable thing to win, and not necessarily the threshold, which everybody can just rinse from just hitting a points total. We're not even talking about cash rewards from a podium. That's different. That would be something to try and get, right? Getting like 200, 300 pounds from getting a podium. We're not even talking about that. We're just talking about the fact that winning, even in limited threshold, winning the $5 for most managers is going to be more significant than winning a card, right? Because you win $5, but then if you don't win the $5, right, in another competition you could win a 40p card. Well, you take the $5 and you can just go and buy 5 or 10 of those 40p cards if you wanted to, or you then just go and buy a card that you want. So that's the point of the tweet, and that's what we've been talking about a lot. And that's why I'm not contradicting myself. It's that we want to try and get the game to a point where the cards are really, really desirable again, and they're things that you can't wait to win and you enjoy winning. A lot of people are not enjoying the tier 5s. I'm one of them. And I've even said countless times that I've got no interest in even giving cap 220 like for the month on a proper go, because if the bare minimum is something so insignificant and that is your card that just doesn't really have respect anymore, then that card either needs to kind of go or be phased out, or you need to offer higher level cards in there and then just work the rewards differently at the bottom end. That's the whole point, basically. Yeah. A card worth 0.05 cent on a guy who doesn't play at all isn't worth much. It's really not. Tier 4s and 5s in MLB are even more egregious. Are they really? God, I don't even play it. I'd hate to think what they are there if you think they're worse. We just have an issue with scarcity. If they made cards more scarce to win, people moan they can't win cards. Well, no. No, not at all. Not at all. Like, because the reward box, it's BitHorse, the rewards box format is the solution almost to that, where rather than just giving out like the low end trashy cards, which are bringing the whole market down and devaluing the whole value of cards, right? Because this is the big point. This is the big point, and we kind of spoke about it in really detail and a lot of depth last week when we looked at the update, is that if you just continue to just dish out these low end trashy cards that really have no value at all you're doing is you're just flooding the market with more trash and trash and trash. And then basically the cards become commoditized, right? And then it doesn't become a so rare game. It becomes a so common game, right? You're commoditizing the cards. The more you print, obviously, the less value and specialness they have. And we get that with the scarcity, but then you don't necessarily need to be minting for rewards these low-end cards, right? Find a different way to reward at the low end that then can restore some of the value at the higher end cards. And the reward box is legitimately that kind of game-changing move where it should, over time, restore more value and more significance, more desirability to the tier 3s, the tier 2s, the tier 1s, even to an extent the tier 4s and the tier 5s on the auctions market, because they won't be giving out left, right, and center, right? They'll only then potentially be minting them at auction rather than, or in a few competitions that are geared towards starters, rather than just every competition has these rewards, which nobody wants, and it just literally dilutes the value of the cards. You cannot win a good card with 4 players, but you can win a full threshold with 4 players. The great Arthur, the great Arthur with words of wisdom. I know. Imagine that. You technically you can. Well, that's the thing, right? That's actually a really good point from Arthur. Is that technically you can get lucky and you can win a card, a good card reward, if you only have 4 players that play, but realistically not. Whereas with 4 players that only play for you, you've got a better chance of winning a reward, the threshold, that is worth far more than what somebody's going to win with 5 players playing. And that's how kind of screwy it all is, right? And I've played a lot of card games in my time, and this is like literally a really good card game. And it's the idea of it's fantastic. We all know that. But what it needs to be, and I think maybe some of it's been a little bit lost over time, is that they just almost need to be reminded, Sorare, of the name of the game, Sorare. Make it so that it feels special and it feels like you're almost exclusive to win a card award, because it's difficult to do, but it feels worthwhile to do. At the moment, it's difficult to win card awards, and it's completely not worthwhile winning a lot of cards in the limiteds. And it needs to be changed so that you don't mind if it's difficult, if it's challenging, because it should be. It should be that type of game, right? But then it should be that once you climb the mountain, it's worth the view. At the moment, we're kind of climbing Everest here, but we're not getting an Everest view. We're just getting a normal bog standard hillside view when you get to the top, and you're like, well, it wasn't worth the effort to get there, Yeah, I agree with you though. Tier 4, tier 5s are annoying, so appreciate reply. Just want to add, I won Small Sitch as a tier 4 and Wallace as a tier 5. Both good players in my opinion. Incredible. Yeah. And this is a good point from It's Bit Horse, right? Because the tier 4s and the tier 5s, for the most part, it's weird, right? The tier 4s and the tier 5s, because the prize pool is so big, it's a completely mixed bag in there. You do get legitimately some really good tier 5s in there. In fact, I will show you, because you guys will remember that we got, for example, Diego. Like Diego here was a tier 5. That was the last card reward we won in Cap 220 before they switched it to a month long, right? And when I got Diego, I'm not kidding. I was over the moon on the stream when we opened Diego because I did not expect to get this type of player as a tier 5. And we didn't even do that good. We finished 647th. So I thought there's no way we're going to get anybody good. We're going to kind of get like a trashy player, like another Yamamoto or an Antonio Puertas, or just going to get players that just no good, right? And we end up getting, a really decent player of Diego, who, to be honest with you, right? I'll be honest with you, really good player that I think I could use, okay? I do think I could use, but imagine if you was a starting manager to Sorare, if you didn't have the size of gallery that I had, and you ended up winning this card, because this card technically, even though I will use him, this card technically is a bit wasted on me, because I kind of don't need him. He's a good player, and I'll definitely take him, but this player would have been a huge coup for someone who's just starting the game, who maybe has cards of like less than 10 limited or whatever. This would be a massive card to win. Even financially, it's not, because it's still like a 60p, 40p card or whatever, right? You can see here, in terms of like the actual potential of this guy and how he can score for you, this is like a quality player to win. So the tier 5s, there are some gems down there. That's why I don't think that necessarily you need to get rid of all the tier 5s and the tier 4s. You just literally need to reward these cards to the people that actually need them more. And when you put, for example, tier 5s like this in All-Star, that isn't the right place, surely, for tier 5s, no? Like, I feel like the tier 5 should be in the lower levels of Sorare, around the competition, so that then anybody who is starting the game this week or whatever, or has started and has a potential to win this player in a week, can win so, rather than somebody who's been playing for 3 years, who realistically in the limited doesn't have, realistically, they can use him, but they don't need to use him. That's the point, right? Your gaming yield is pretty good. It's pretty great. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it could. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit disappointed with it. The gaming yield, because I shouldn't be disappointed with it. It's 1,215, but I think this should have been, and this should be a lot more. The reason, and isn't this funny, right? The reason it's not more is because back in the day when I was playing Sorare, right? And this would just show you how, what we've just been talking about. Back in the day when I was playing Sorare, I did play a threshold team, but I was more interested in winning the card rewards. So I actually ended up, way back, I was putting all my better players to try and win the card rewards, right? And I wasn't winning the card rewards, whereas those players that I did have, I should have been really just prioritizing the threshold. But I came into Sorare knowing it's a card game, thinking, well, the things to win are the cards, right? Because it's a card game, and I've played loads of card games. It's always about the cards. Those are the things to win. Those are the things that have value. To be fair, back in the day, the cards used to be high value, but you also needed, you needed it was a higher barrier to entry, right? So I think if I was going back in time, I definitely would have prioritized this a bit more, because I'd like that to be a lot more, to be honest with you. I also made a ton of mistakes as well. And one of the mistakes I made for a long time was that I didn't really give the time to planning a team and a lineup as what we do today. I think for the first year or so, just as I was trying to squeeze it in with doing the content, because I used to do the written articles, right? I remember doing 2 articles a week and writing 2 articles a week. I'd write for 3 days, and then immediately when I finished the article, I would then start writing another article, and then that would take me another 3 to 4 days. And so I was basically just squeezing in my Sorare stuff in between writing the articles, right? And so I remember for like at least a year, I was just looking at my lineups or doing them in one go, either the night before in the space of like 20 minutes, or I was doing them like half an hour before. And you guys see on the streams now that like we have a completely different way to approach the game week. It's much more planned. It's much more structured. And like there's several different stages to it, right? And there needs to be those stages so that you can make your chances to win a reward better. If you just hurriedly put your lineups together, you will make mistakes and you will overlook things, and you don't know like enough about whether that's going to hit rewards or not for you. So yeah, it's okay. It's not bad, but I think this should be a lot higher technically, given that look, I've been in the game since 2021. So basically, what, 3.5 years or so? That should be a lot more technically if I prioritized it. Yeah. It's like claiming Mount Everest in the air smells like shit. Well, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, you're pretty much right. Like they do in Rare, where in a lot of competitions they start with T3s as a reward. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the thing that I keep coming back to, and I'm going to say it again, I've tweeted about it, and I've also talked about it on Sorare, on the stream, sorry. And I know that probably people don't always agree with what I have to say, but I think it's an alternative, right? Is that the tier 4, like for example, also only said big thank you to Dave the Boy for following the channel, man. Thank you and welcome in. The big point that I always keep coming back to is that this competition here is supposed to be, right? It is supposed to be the biggest and the best competition, like as the competition. Forget about the scarcity. All-Star is supposed to be the flagship competition, right? In the game. It's supposed to be the competition where if you can win it, it feels like completing the game, okay? And the big point that I keep coming back to all the time, and you can look at All-Star Limited, you can look at the All-Star Rare as well. We go into All-Star Rare, you see that there's tier 5s in there too, tier 4s, whatever. Almost doesn't really matter what competition. There's a standardized format of prize pool across pretty much every single competition in Sorare, except a few, right? And what you shouldn't really be having is that in All-Star, there's no way with a game that's been live now for 4 years, there's no way that you should be offering this level of reward in your flagship competition. Because one, if you, as point number one, if you do that, then it can't really be considered proper flagship. A proper flagship competition is where, yeah, your top end's really appealing and really attractive, but you've also got to have a good, like, high minimum level as well. So then it's then feels like really special when you win in there because it is the best special competition. At the moment, as I say, we've got, what's that, 500 or so people winning 50p cards in All-Star. That's like 500 rewards, which frankly don't need to be given out in All-Star, a competition where most people who are playing it are now experienced enough and have been playing enough now where they don't need to win those types of cards. What would be better is that you took those tier 5s out and you gave those tier 5s more, you expanded the tier 5s more in the likes of the amateur competitions, right? The free to play. Because believe me when I say, if you're new to the game and if you've not spent any money in the game, winning this feels great. You don't even care or know much about the tiers. You're winning a card. That feels amazing when you first start playing. You're like, okay, it doesn't matter about the tier. I've won a card. that's amazing because it's going to help me, right? And it might be a 60p card, but that's the point. If you're starting out, you need those tier 5s, you need those tier 4s because they are good cards to help you progress like gradually, right? And they can help you to enter more competitions. If you can enter more competitions, then you have a chance of winning more rewards. They can help you to move up into Cap 220. They can certainly help you into the specialist as well, right? And the kickoffs, right? But giving these out at kind of these competitions where you have higher level managers that just simply don't need them is just a folly. And so one of the things that I'd actually like to see if they don't remove the tier 4s and tier 5s entirely from the rewards prize pool is I'd actually just like to see that more tier 5s and more tier 4s being distributed at the starter level competitions, right? So that it's then targeting the managers that actually need those types of rewards that is then more suitable to those types of managers, right? And I'd like to see the higher level rewards, like the tier 2s and the tier 3s, being bumped up, pushed more up into the all-star. So that then you're rewarding more tier 2s, more tier 3s here, and less of the trash, right? Because then more of the trash is down at the bottom end, the starter end, which actually isn't trash to starters because that's almost like treasure for them. Because they're especially free to play. If you've not put any money into the game, you're playing it free to play, winning that is fine. Like, it also promotes progression in the game. So I've mentioned it before. If they don't remove all the tier 4s and tier 5s, because maybe they can't, because of supply kind of commitments and whatnot, I'd honestly love to see them change it so that not every competition offers tier 5, tier 4, tier 3, tier 2, tier 1. Have some competitions offer more proportion of the higher level like tier cards. And it might mean that it's then a lot harder for users to understand what you can win and what you can't win. But if it just means that everyone's going to enjoy winning better rewards in the right types of competitions, and I think it's a better system than just saying, just so it's easy to understand, we offer tier 5s and everything. Not the right way to do it. Don't offer tier 5s and everything, because these rewards are not suitable for some of the managers that are playing in there. Got to target the right rewards for the right users, right? And offering, I think, what is it in the amateurs? I think in the amateur you can win. Is it tier 2s in there? I think you can win tier 2s in the free to play. I've mentioned it before. How can a free to play user win a tier 2 limited card in there, but someone who spent £1,000 in their game potentially could win a 40p card in this type of competition? They should have more of a chance to win a higher level card than someone that's not spent any money at all in the game, and that someone who's not spent any money in the game will still enjoy the tier 5, the tier 4s that they win because it will help them to progress. If you have the higher end card rewards in the paid competitions higher up, you also say, look, you might have won a tier 4, tier 5 as a free to play, but you can win a lot better and a lot higher tiers as you move further up. So it promotes and it incentivizes spending in their game. Free tip scout, would that not just keep a gap between new users and experienced users? Well, I don't think so. I mean, that's a good point, because what you would then say is, well, look, if you're new to the game, then you can't win. I don't think you should not necessarily be able to win big, right? Because I think you always need to have a chance in Sorare of being able to win big. But I think that, let's just bring it up here, right? Just bring it up. Because I've mentioned this so many times, and it doesn't make sense at all anymore. It probably made sense a long time ago, but with the way the rewards are and the way the game is, you've got, like, for example, 200 rewards here in amateur, right? And then we kind of go into the prize pool here. Like, honestly, I get it. Someone who's won the competition probably shouldn't get a tier 5 or a tier 4. You want to make the podium prizes seem a bit better, right? You do. So you want to have these a little bit higher. Does it need to be a tier 1 in a free-to-play? I don't think so. I think you could easily put that tier 1 in some of the higher competitions, right? Tier 2s, do they need to be in there? Probably not. Again, I think that's probably overkill. So you could argue, look, there's only what? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 tier 2s in there, but that's 4 tier 2s that could go into other competitions, right? And if you it all adds up. I think what you could do is you could actually very easily say that like first, second, third, and then fourth to fifth, or whatever, they get kind of like tier threes, right? And get tier threes, or maybe the first place gets something a bit different. But I think tier threes in here would be more than enough. And then just the rest are tier fours and tier fives. And honestly, that's just going to free up the cards that need to go to the right managers. However, what you're saying is that if we were to do that, then they have less chance of like closing the gap, right? However, I don't think so exactly. I get what you're saying, but for the vast majority of people here, they're not going to be winning cards here that are going to significantly help them to close the gap. All that it should be looked at when you're starting Sorare is that, and I remember when I started Sorare, right? So maybe it's different for everyone. When I started Sorare, my goal was to win the best rewards in the game, right? It was. And it still is to win the best rewards in the game. But I was realistic and I thought, well, it's probably going to take me a while to get there. So I need to just be building up my collection first. Because it's about building a collection in a card game. The more options you've got, then you have a better card advantage, right? So I was just happy just to kind of like win whatever. It doesn't really matter whether it's a tier 1 or a tier 3 at the time. I didn't care about the tiers when I started. I just thought I need to win. I need to get off the ball like rolling. And I need to get started as in just winning whatever I can. And then whatever I can, I'm not interested in selling it, right? Because this is the other thing. If you offer too high rewards down here, then there's a potential where you'll then just flood in the market more because then those cards go on sale, right? What you should be offering is that these are rewards that you maybe don't want to sell. There's just not enough value in selling them, but then they're actually cards that can be nice building block cards that just give you more options, right? More players that you can enter in different lineups. And every now and then they're going to do great and they're going to hit you a better score. And then that reward that you won is going to yield you more rewards. So then it's progressively, you can just keep building up and further and further. So I kind of get what you're saying, but I think that realistically not. I think that with the way that the competitions are scaled and that they are structured, that as you keep moving up, you should be winning bigger and better rewards. And as you are trying to aim to move up, those rewards that you win at the lower ends should be, because there are, as I said, in the tier 4s and tier 5s, there are some gems in there, right? As I say, this guy here, imagine winning this guy as a new manager in Sorare. Honestly, this in itself is a card that can transform a new gallery. I often hear managers saying, if you don't win a £50 card or a £100 card, right, then how can a manager progress? This card here is 60p. And if somebody won this card as a new manager, believe me, they'd progress with scoring like this. They'd absolutely progress. This is a top quality player at that starter level that can then help you to threshold, can help you to bigger and better card awards. If you give like a £50, £60 player for a new manager, sure, that will completely transform their fortunes like in a snap of a finger, but then you're not actually like promoting like steady progression, right? So yeah, I think it should be scaled. I think it should be a scaling to the tier. And I thought that was the whole point of having tiers, right? Because if you think about it, right, let's go back. I thought that was the whole point of the tiers to begin with when I first started playing Sorare, is that if you want the higher level rewards, you've got to get to the higher levels in Sorare, right? But actually, it's not the case. Like the higher level rewards are also at the bottom, and so it's really bizarre. And we've talked about in the stream that we've often seen people saying that they want to sell their cards so that they can just remain in the amateur competitions, right? And that's perverse. That's completely perverse because it really shouldn't be like that. It should be that anyone who's playing amateurs is using it to learn and hopefully using it to win cards that can help them build out their gallery and build out their collection. And then eventually when that happens, they're like, okay, I can't really win the higher level cards that I want to win anymore, but I can only get those high level cards at, say, the next level, which is like Capture 20 or Kickoff, whatever. And if I really want to win the best ever rewards that I can that are available in Sorare, I need to try and aspire and try and like envisage that I can get on that ladder to get to finally that end point, which is the All-Star, right? Because in the All-Star, there's all the stars in there, or maybe there's only there's more stars in there. It has to be that you're looking at the competitions and thinking, I definitely need to move up to that, because that's the place where you can get more of those types of cards in there, and I can't get those cards in this competition. At the moment, it's not like that, and I'd like it to get like that. I have a pretty naff £50 to £60 club with 28 limited cards. Honestly thinking of going back down to 10 limiteds and playing in those low leagues. There you go. This is the point I'm making. Like, Yono skills. So exactly that. I think with the Yono skills, with the cards you've got, yeah, what I would do is what BitHorse said. I would try and get into rare. Limited is just, it's incredibly difficult, and I think that eventually limited will maybe not get easier, right? But it will feel like you're getting a bit more back from your limited cards. A case in point here, right? And I'm gonna say this right now. And if we end up dropping out of the tier 3, I definitely will write a tweet about this, okay? Just to highlight the point. Our under-23 team has hit over 400 points. Now, to hit over 400 points in Sorare, especially in this type of competition, under-23, is tough going. That is not easy to do. It is not easy to do in this current state of the game. At the moment, we're winning a tier 3, which I think is a solid reward. However, we could easily drop down into a tier 4. And so it wouldn't necessarily be a low-end tier 4. It wouldn't be like a 40p, £1 type of card, but it's probably going to be like a card that's maybe worth, I don't know, £4 or £5, something like that, if we're lucky. And it's kind of, this kind of highlights how difficult and competitive limited is now. We've had one bad score there, one bad score. We're 359th. We're not even anywhere close to getting a tier 2 or a tier 1. You basically need all your players to click. Whereas if you think about this here, right? You think about if you've got all your money tied up in limited, and let's say, for example, I don't know what cards you've got, but let's say that you had a game week like this, right? Where you hit 400 points in a competition and that you're getting, I don't know, like a tier 3 or a tier 4. You'd actually be way better off selling those cards, taking the value out of the limited cards, putting it into rare, and then basically just hitting 280 points to then win $50, which is going to be worth significantly more than a tier 3 or a tier 4, tier 5 limited. And again, it comes back to the point I'm making, how it almost shouldn't be like that, because the cards that you should win across all scarcities should have enough inherent value that you're thinking, okay, I want to win it, but the reality is at the moment that either the cards are too low or the threshold's just too good, or maybe a mix of the both, that when you're playing in limited, as you are, you know, when you do the math and you put them side by side, you can hit 402 points in a competition like this to win potentially a reward worth, I don't know, £5 or so, or you can just, because these are good players here and there's some decent value in them, just get rid of the value of them. The rares aren't that much more expensive, to be honest with you, than limiteds, and just go and get a rare team and then hit 280 points for $50, which is, you know, significantly better, right? Why not a tier 2 to the winner, tier 3 for podium, the rest are tier 4s and tier 5s, and you could reward 500 to 1,000 places. That as well, Brazil. Yeah, that as well. The other thing you could do with the amateurs, now that they've proposed it with the reward boxes, is that we just go back to the amateurs here. Just go back to the amateurs. Technically, I think if you were going to do this, you would kind of need to do it in a smarter way, because you could also do the reward boxes in here, so that then, like, if you're new to the game, you can at least, if you don't win a card in the fixed positions, you can then win maybe like a a level up, an XP boost, right? So that then it gives you more motivation to maybe go and buy cards. So maybe if you continue to play in amateurs, but you haven't won a card, but you're sitting on like 20 level up boost or whatever, you're thinking, well, I've got all these boosts here that I'm not using because I haven't been able to win any cards yet. I'm just going to go out and buy a card now, so I can start to put these boosts to good use, right? Then when you buy a card, it's then, you know what it's like, it's a little bit infectious, right? You're like, okay, I've bought that one, I'm enjoying it, let's buy another one, and another one, and another one. So technically, you could even say that they could even, for these positions here, it could be reward boxes, and then it could be the tier 4s and tier 5s here, and then potentially first place just gets a tier 3 that way, right? But the reward boxes, again, from a free-to-play point of view, if you tell me you can play this competition for free, so you don't have to put any money into it whatsoever, and even if you don't do that great, you can still potentially win like a tier 3, like a decent card in there, or you can win any card in there. If you don't win a card from the loot box, the reward box, then you win stuff that's going to help you when you do eventually start winning cards. I'll be like, yeah, that's cool. I've not spent any money, and it sounds like it's structured. It sounds like it's promoting progression. Like, I get it that, you know, if I want to start winning the higher tiers, I can't really get them in this competition, but I can get into hopefully either win a card here, or if I don't win a card, I've won enough XP boost that makes me think, let's go and buy a card now for like 60p or whatever, because it's so cheap. And start using those level up boosts, and then I can try my luck in a kickoff competition or the Cap 220, whatever, right? Because that's where I can get the bigger, better cards, the better players are in there, and I feel like I'm ready for that now. So, yeah, I think we spoke a lot about it, but that's an idea that I've been pitching for a while, and I get why Sorare wanted to have the prize pools all standardized, because it's easier to understand. But easier to understand does not make it better. And we have to be honest with ourselves here that, as I say, offering higher level card rewards here at the lower levels, but then not offering enough of the higher level cards at the paid levels, the more advanced levels, is just absolutely nonsensical, really, when you think about it. And so eventually, and hopefully, the prize pool is going to be reworked, hopefully soon, because I really don't think that a free-to-play player should be winning, you know, like a card, 60, 70 pounds, whatever. It'd be great for them if they did, but that's only good if you're offering enough at the higher level. If you've got your managers, your users who are struggling to win the bigger, better prizes, and they've already invested tons of money into their game, and then you're offering them 40p cards, but then you're offering £100 cards or whatever they are. Well, not £100 cards, like 60, 70 pound cards at the lower level free to play. It's bizarre. It's like Bizarro world. It's like positive is negative and negative is positive. The whole thing is flipped. It's completely flipped. Without spending the big bucks, over 400 is very impressive. Maybe I should focus MLS rares now. If you're looking to get into rares, then MLS and America rares are the way to go. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I've just reeled off my opinion on that. I want to actually hear what everyone else thinks in the chat, because I don't want to be like the madman that's just giving their opinion like there's no tomorrow. I'd actually like to hear what everyone else thinks, because, as I say, I just think that the higher level card rewards, there needs to be more of them being rewarded at the higher levels to promote that progression and to reward managers that have spent more time, more money in the game, because that sounds fair, rather than not being able to give the higher level or enough of the more meaningful cards at the higher end, but then giving out more of the trash cards at the higher end, as in the higher levels of play, and still and just not giving those out the lower ends, right? Which is where they're way more valued, in my opinion, from a user who's just playing, rather than someone who's been playing for 3-4 years that's getting like a trash card that they can't really use. I think the best way to play is to play the highest level scarcity possible for your budget, and then grind 240 and build your way down with the thresholds. Really? So you think the best way to play is to play the highest level scarcity possible for your budget and then grind 240 and build your way down with threshold? Don't you mean build your way up with the threshold? Why would you build your way down? Hello to Bodgy as well. How's it going, Bodgy? We were lineup building. We probably need to continue doing that for Cap 220. That's it. So we've worked out after all that, we've worked out that I can't win a reward in the month-long Cap 220 rare. If I could have won a reward, I probably wouldn't have gone and bought a card anyway because it wouldn't have been worth my time. But now we categorically know that we can't win anything in here. And to be fair, it's probably a little bit pointless now, isn't it? In the last game week when you're like 500, 600 points away from a reward, it's like, well, I can't do anything here. It's just almost like a training team this now, isn't it? No, if you have a SR budget and can build an SR team, then use the SR budget to build down into rares. Right, okay. So you think start from the top and then work down, depending on your budget. Okay, interesting. I think if you built into SR, then that would be a great starting point. Because the leap then from SR to unique is quite a big, right? It's quite a big gap. But then the gap between SR and rare, if you started at the SR level, it's not going to be that big at all. In fact, you'll be quite comfortable then, in theory, to build down. But that wasn't really the question, though. The question more was around the rewards prize pool. So the question was to the chat, is if you, like, based on what I was saying there, does anybody agree or disagree, like, with the rewards prize pool? Like, would you like to see more of the higher level cards being rewarded for the proper competitions? So taking those out of the starter competitions, like the high level cards, rewarding more of those at the high level. Would you do it differently? Do you think reward boxes need to be more in the lower levels so that then you can take the cards out of supply that way? What does everyone think? Like, it's like your time now to kind of tell me. One SR threshold is 0.09. You can build almost 2 rare goalkeepers with one threshold. I mean, maybe you guys in the chat have a different idea about what you would like to see from the reward structure in Sorare. Like, as I say, it's just my idea, that thing. I'm sure there's loads of other ideas out there that are just as good, maybe even better, right? But I think, as I say, at the moment, it probably was a good idea at the time. But for me personally, I don't think it's a good idea anymore to persist with the current reward structure where every competition offers like tier 5s, and you want your higher tiers to be the most coveted cards, right? And again, if you can only like reward them in certain competitions and not everywhere, then again, that in itself gives them even more value. And that in itself then spreads even more value around the cards, because then if they're the only types of cards, or let's say, for example, bear with me, this is an extreme example, right? But this is just to put the point across, right? Let's say, for example, that, let's come out of here and just bear with me because it's a very like extreme example to illustrate the point better. Let's say, for example, that you could only win star rewards, right? Bear with me. You could only win star rewards. The star tier, you could only win in one competition. Can you imagine like that people would be wanting to play in that competition and get into that competition to have a chance of winning that type of reward, right? So that's not what I'm proposing, because I don't think that would be a good idea. But imagine a different scenario where like you have more of a chance, or there's a bigger proportion of those stars or whatever in X competition, or there's a bigger proportion of the tier 3s or the tier 2s in this competition compared to another competition. It would incentivize, personally, in my opinion, it would make me think, okay, I need to start taking that competition a bit more seriously, and I really need to try and build a team for that, because the prize pool in that is just really good compared to the other one. And it might be the reason why Sorare haven't done it, because they don't want to start to like they don't want to almost start to discourage you from playing in all competitions, right? Because if one competition was significantly more attractive, they might be thinking, well, what are people going to then do for this competition, right? Because then they might just think, well, that's rubbish then. But I'll come back to the point. If you can increase the values and put the specialness, and if you can make your rewards feel worthwhile, then people will give a go at trying to win them, and they will definitely spend money and time into the game to do them. And at the moment, the All-Star, for example, is great at the high end, but it's a complete joke at the bottom end. And as I say, it's not just All-Star. We could look at another one, for example, Champion Europe. We all know that Champion Europe is incredibly competitive. You've got some of the best players in the world that you can play and score for you in Champion Europe, and yet you've got tier 5s in here. It just like, why? And the tier 5s, to be fair, in Champion Europe are often not 60p players, right? Because Champion Europe, they're a bit more expensive. But if you're already playing Champion Europe, you almost don't want to win, like, say, a £1 tier 5 or a £1, £52 tier 5. You want to have a chance at winning better because it's just way more competitive, this type of league. The points you need to win significantly higher. The whales are just swimming in Champion Europe. So you know, if you do win something, it's got to be really worth the effort. It's got to be worth your time, right? And I think if I was playing this at the moment, and Champion Europe teams are not that cheap to put together, by the way, even in limited. If I was doing it and after getting, say, 400 points, I was only getting like a £2, £3 card, I don't think that would really incentivize me. And I think that that's probably also the point, that some people that are coming in to the game are then maybe leaving the game just as quick because they think, well, it comes back to the quote I said, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, you know? Like, if I'm going to put all that time and effort into to get a mammoth score, you want it to be worthwhile, right? And if it isn't, if you also hear of other managers who are doing just as good or better than you, and they also feel, and you can hear them say that it's very underwhelming, it's very flat, it's not as good as what they expected, then it doesn't also help to keep those people in the game. So Sorare have a big challenge on their hand because they're trying to attract new people in. They're also trying to keep new people in. And the attracting part's probably going to come through rivals, but then they also need to make sure that some of the core parts of the game, like the club shot, for example, the gameplay, innovating on the gameplay and the game modes that are here, the rewards for sure, and the cards themselves, because it's the rewards and the cards are intrinsically linked as the value, that has to be done before rivals happens. Otherwise, you spend a lot of time onboarding millions of new users into a game that isn't attractive enough from a rewards perspective to then hook them and keep them in the game. And they think, well, too much effort, values are going down. When I win a reward, it's not worth it. And it's difficult to win anyway. So out we go. So lots to do for Sorare. Lots to do. Only have tier 4s, tier 5s in cap modes, and tier 3s and up in other competitions, and stop with rewarding DMPs like they do now. I don't mind them rewarding DMPs, but they've got to reward the DMPs where they are right and in the right quantity. So, for example, there's no point. I've seen a few instances where I saw an instance where somebody won. I think it was a tier 2 or I think it was a tier 2. They won a DMP tier 2, right? But it was a player that literally is not playing at all. But he's only a tier 2. He's only considered a tier 2 based on his value. And his value is only really high because he was this youngster that's like everyone's really hyped about, right? Which is kind of cool. That is kind of cool to win a youngster like that, right? But you also want to make sure that you don't reward too many of those, because then what you end up doing is that some managers will win that kind of like that promising youngster and they'll think, okay, I can sit on him for a while. But the dilemma you've got is that we know in Sorare that most of the time, if you sit on a player, they're going to get cheaper further down the line. So if you don't almost sell them like soonish, as soon as you get them, then that reward value is just going to keep going down and down and down, right? That's why the cash rewards are quite attractive, because obviously when you get the cash, that doesn't necessarily go down. I mean, if you win ETH, the value of ETH goes up and down, but you can take it out if you wanted to, or you can keep it and then it could go up for you, right? But with cards at the moment, the way the kind of the system is and the game economy is that if you're not going to be able to use that high level card, then you can either keep them, sit on them, and then hope that in the future you can use them. But then if you do that, that whatever it is, £100 value player will most likely be worth half of that by the time you want to use them, right? So you might have actually been better off selling them when you got them, because then you could go and buy him in like a year's time, and then you still effectively have £50, which you got from selling him, which you can then use to buy other players, right? So you almost need it that if you're going to do the DMPs, which I do like that they're going to do the DMPs, you need to have a game economy as well where it's in my interest then to hold on to that DNP. If it's not in my interest and I feel like I'm probably going to get, I'm going to be in a worse off situation, more than likely from holding that DNP player, then it's not going to work, because then people aren't going to like the DNPs. They're not going to be happy, because they're going to think, well, I don't want to hold on to him because I can't use him. And if I hold on to him, he's going to be worth basically nothing, or very, very little in the future. If people felt like if they want a DMP, they could hold on to him, and then in a year's time, their value would still be pretty much the same, or it could even be higher, and I don't think people would have so much of an issue with the DMPs. But it's the fact that we know from playing Sorare that when you win something, the value will not maintain. It will just decline and decline and decline because of the current game model, and the current just minting of all these trashy cards, which is bringing the market down when you don't need to mint those cards. So again, yeah, rewards, boxes, prize pools, the usual kind of stuff, right? It's Bit Horse. Yeah, I'm in the same boat as what you're saying. I want a tier 2 in Rare Plus, and I want an 18-year-old Asan Dio. At least he's playing. So let me put the question out to the chat, right? Let me put the question out to the chat. Okay. The question out to the chat is, if you won a DNP player, and we're talking about from the rewards prize pool, if you won, say, an 18-year-old DNP player, so it's a player that hasn't really broke into the first team yet of a club, it's a player that has a lot of potential, there's a lot of excitement around them, and who knows, in a couple of years they could start to make it into their first team. They might even get a loan, right? They might even be loaned out, because that's the other thing to keep in mind with youngsters. Sometimes they get loaned out, and they can be loaned out to clubs that are not covered, right? So sometimes, again, holding on to them doesn't pay off. But the question is, you win an 18-year-old DNP striker, let's say, right? Promising, high potential, not playing at the moment, you can't use him right now, but he has fairly decent value, right? He's on the market right now for £50, okay? Do you hold on to him? Potentially long-term hold. So do you hodl for potentially 2-3 years, right? In the hopes that he can potentially be worth hundreds for you in the future, and he could be a superstar? Or do you think, I can't use him right now, I'd much rather take the value as is right now, because the value could go up or it could go down, and I want to sell. So what would you do? What would you do? I guess it always depends on the player, right? As a general rule of thumb, like what would you guys be thinking about doing here with DMPs? If you want a DMP in the current state of the game, you're going to keep them? You're going to look to sell them? Is it more important for you to just get the money and get a player that you can use right now, and then potentially get that player back in the future if you feel that they're going to be cheaper? What would everyone do? He's off to juvenile. Jordan, you would sell. Why would you sell, Jordan? Why would you sell? Like, what's the reason for you selling? I think I would sell because it's not guaranteed that he's going to play. Yes, it's Bodgy as well. You sell all your rewards, do you? Okay. What do you do when you sell your rewards, Jordan? So when you get the cash, are you cashing out the cash, are you withdrawing it? Or are you using the cash to then go and buy players that you actually want? Like, how are you doing it with the rewards? I'd hold youngsters. Value holds with under 23 game mode, but any other ones I'd sell. That's also true. Yeah, the under 23 players do tend to hold their value a lot better. That's a good point. Hold them cash for now. Okay, cool. Going to take everything I get and buy a rare threshold team. Oh yeah, man, you should do that. Right now, with the priority on threshold, I'd sell. This is from football betting. Right now, with priority on threshold, I'd sell and get someone better for threshold team or save up for scarcity above. Oh, I like that too. To be honest with you, you'd actually, that's what I'd do. Yeah, so if I won a reward, for example, let's say from my Cap 240 rare, I ended up winning this same player, right? And he was worth £50 and he wasn't playing, but in a few years he'd probably be like they'd be like hot shit basically. I would sell him for the cash right now, and I would use that cash to help me to win more cash, right? Because if you think about it, like that player who's worth £50 today, if I sold him for £50, right? I can then go and buy players to help me to win £40 consistently each week for the next few years, which will then be the time when that player will be ready, most likely. So I can almost earn more doing it that way than I can by just sitting on the player and hoping that he explodes in value. And that even if he does, I could technically just save all of that over the few years and then work out when he is ready and he is starting to come through from all the savings that I've made, how much do I need to put towards that for that player again? Probably, probably not a lot, judging by how it's going. I won an Aaron Basanak last week. 20-year-old DMP, no point selling. There's no value currently. Maybe use him in a trade at some point. Does anybody get any FOMO or maybe FOMO is the wrong word, like maybe FUD, like fear, uncertainty, doubt? Does anybody get any fear, uncertainty, doubt about holding on to players on Sorare? Because I'm like the FUD king. Honestly, I'm like the FUD king. When I'm holding on to a player, I get really anxious now. I never used to when I started playing Sorare, but then I think after years of playing it and just seeing the cycle that has been happening where you see the player's price go down. Of course, you see it go up a few times as well, but I've just seen too many players that I've held on to decrease to points where I've regretted not selling them straight away. And that in itself is a little bit of that's the difficulty, isn't it, with Sorare? That's the challenge, because they don't want, and they're trying to incentivize people holding on to their cards. But there's also a lot of shrewd managers out there that know that if they value the financial returns more than collection returns, right, then they almost should be selling and then buying that player later on down the line. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because when you look at, I don't know, let's bring up like, what's a good one? Who's a good young, like Arda Güler, for example. Bring up Güler, right? Güler's a good one. So if we talk about this player, right, he's probably a great example to use here. Arda Güler, right? Arda Güler could be a player that you could win in the rewards pool, right? He's a 18-year-old, meant to be the next big thing, and I think he is actually the next big thing. Was doing amazing stuff before he then landed that move to Real Madrid when he was playing in Turkey, right? You won an Arda Güler. Who's keeping an Arda Güler and who's selling an Arda Güler? So if you're keeping Arda Güler, you've just won Arda Güler in the rewards pool. Are you keeping or are you selling? I'd really love to see. I'm going to check the chat. I'd really love to see how many people would keep and how many people would sell on this type of player. I'd really love to. Love to know. So Grems is a hold. Steve Burns keeping. Oliver Alexis keeping. FIFA, okay. FIFA would sell. FIFA, you'd sell, okay. I'd like to know why you'd sell. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Like, there's no right or wrong answer here. I'm just really curious to see what everyone would do here based on how they play Sorare, right? And then I'll tell you what I would do with Ardagula. So I would literally, after I see all the responses here, I'm going to tell you guys what I would do with Ardagula. He looks class, if not sell. If I was full under 23, then keep, sorry. If not, then sell. Yeah, that's a smart thing to say as well. That if you were planning on, or if you were focusing on under 23, he might be a good one to keep. If not, potentially one just to sell. Gula could make the Odegaard way, but would sell. And then keep. Look at Odegaard as an example. Similar situation as Gula. All right, cool. So let's bring up Odegaard as well. Here we go. So Odegaard here, right? Okay. So it's interesting. It's interesting that we're talking about this, right? So some of you guys have kind of said about the Odegaard as an example. The Martin Odegaard could be, or Gula, sorry, could have a similar kind of progression or development, like pathway, as in doesn't really get played enough, could be loaned out, could then end up getting bought by a club and become the captain, right? Become someone who's a starter. Because everyone who knows football knows that this kid's special, right? This kid's good, and this kid, as long as he avoids injuries and he lives up to his potential, this guy could be sensational, right? But the interesting thing here is that Ardagula, a few of you guys said keep, a few of you guys said sell, right? FIFA was one of them that I saw said he would sell. He says, I think his value is so high. I think it will take a long time if we start anywhere like Odegaard before at Rail. For me, that value could be better spent elsewhere, better return. So here's what I would do, because what FIFA said there is pretty much how I view like my player rewards on Sorare now, and especially DMP rewards. And I don't have an issue at all with the DMPs being in the prize pool. I think it's so cool, actually, that they are, that you have a potential to win like a young, hot prospect like this, right? You also have the potential to win a not so young and not so hot prospect, right? Which isn't great, which I have seen a few people do. But here's the point. For me, if I won Ardagula, would I keep him or would I sell him? In my heart, I would like to keep this player because I think that this player has the potential to be amazing, absolutely outstanding, right? And he'd be such a good player to have in Sorare. But I would sell him. I would sell him. And the reason I would sell him is because he is currently on the market for £40. And if you look at his values here, £42, £44, 45, 42, right? Now, his value could skyrocket. It could do that, and it probably would do that if he begun to start again. However, you guys kind of compared Martin Odegaard here. Now, Odegaard's way more, he's way older. He's at a different point in his career, right? But if we were saying the same about Odegaard, right? If Odegaard back in the day when he was 18 and if he was on Sorare, we're saying, oh, you definitely want to have Odegaard, because, you know, he's going to be amazing in the future. And I would agree with that. And he ended up being, he's only £48 today. He's only £48. So I think some of it also depends on how much emphasis you put on the value of a card, right? Because this, I remember for ages and years and years and years, there was all this talk about Odegaard, especially when he was like 14, 15. He was playing in the Elite Syrian. He was doing amazing things then. I couldn't wait for Odegaard to end up being a starter somewhere and end up being like the player that we all thought he could. Now he's gone and done that. He's not that expensive in limited. He's only £8 more than Gula. And if the game stays the way it is, right? And this is why I would sell. If the game stays the way it is with the market, then I would be able to sell Gula, and I would feel fairly confident selling him that in a few years' time, I could get him for either this or cheaper, rather than him being a mad amount of value in the future. And the problem that you've got is that this type of player, if he did end up starting, if he was still quite cheap, then you've just got another situation really where how important is he going to be in the game if there are loads of him, and if everybody pretty much has him, there's going to be loads of teams running with him because his price point's too low. So I would sell him. I would sell him. Yeah. FIFA's saying, look, Arda Güler, right, has 736 limited cards. He's got more cards than Odegaard. He has more cards than Odegaard. Can you believe that? He's only been in the game, for a year or something? He's already got 200 more cards in the game than Odegaard. So for me, obviously Sorare are loving minting Güler. And they're going to continue to, because look at all these auctions here. Like they know he's a hot prospect. Look at all that. Look at all the auctions here. A ton of auctions, and that doesn't even include the cards that are being given out as rewards as well, right? So if this continues, then I would regret in a few years' time that I had an Arda Güler for, say, £40, because in a few years' time, if they continue at this rate, and if there's not as many people that jump into the game, because it's all about demand as well, right? If there is not a demand which can change that, then all that will happen is that Arda Güler will be so much cheaper in the future that I could just go and buy him then. And I'd be no worse off. In fact, I'd be better off doing it that. So for me personally, that's what I would do. But it's quite interesting to see what everyone's saying here. Keep for sure his value would explode when he starts. No second thoughts, I'm selling. Really interesting. It's quite divided. How some of you would sell and some of you would keep. Some under 23s are overvalued. A lot of under 23s are overvalued. Thanks, Francis. Yeah, good point. They really are. There's some under 23 players where you should not pay the price for them, because you are not getting anything other. You're not paying for anything really other than the under 23 utility. And yeah, some of them are. I don't think Güler's one of them though. I'm not keeping him for years. I keep and sell when he starts. But okay, so here's the thing. He's not going to start playing for like a year. Let's keep it realistic, right? Maybe 2-3 years is a little bit unrealistic for this type of player, because he's not going to not play football for 2-3 years. But let's say that he's not going to be worst case scenario. He's not going to be playing football for a year. Do you guys hold on to him for a year? Because a year in Sorare, a lot can happen in a year, good and bad, up and down. I think that I would probably just be. I think just again on the way the game's gone. I'm hoping that the game can change a lot more, so that then prices can rise and can explode again. Because getting a player like this, right, it should feel like you need to hold on to him. You need to sit on him, because it's almost like a nest egg. Yeah, like a nest egg. So you want to almost sit on him and wait for him to hatch, right? And wait for his value to explode. It's kind of almost similar to like the stock market, right? Where you know of this like really up and coming young company that's going to revolutionize like an industry with this fancy tech that it's got. You think, okay, I'm gonna get on that early. I'm gonna just hold on to it for dear life, right? And then when it explodes, I'm then gonna profit massively, because then the secret will be out, and then actually the share price will go through the roof. It kind of really isn't like that at the moment in Sorare. And I would like it to be like that, where these types of players that are shit hot, that you'd almost be like, I need to keep hold of this guy no matter what. Like, I cannot let this guy go, because in the future, he might just be so expensive that I might not be able to afford him again. But for me personally, I don't think it's like that. I don't feel like it's like that. And I'm hoping that Sorare can change it, where they can give me that fear, uncertainty, doubt in a positive way that makes me think, okay, I really can't let this guy go, even if it means I hold on to him for like a year. And again, it comes back to the point about making your cards and your players feel special again. If I'm already thinking that I can get this guy for cheaper in a year's time, And there's something a little bit wrong there, because this type of player should, if anything, be a lot more in the future, especially when he starts playing. Once he gets his run in the team, his price will rise. Madrid have an injury crisis at the moment. If you want him now, would you keep till he made his debut or sell immediately? I would sell immediately. Yeah. I would sell immediately. I would sell immediately. And I've often regretted when I've not sold immediately. Every time I've looked at, this is not a joke, right? Every time that I've sold a player that I've won as a reward, I've not regretted it. And the reason being is that, like, I look at the cards that I've sold as rewards and they're even cheaper than when I won them, which means that I could just go and buy them, like, cheaper. I mean, I know a reward is free technically, but the money that I make from it when I sell them immediately means that I cash some of that money in, right? I can send it to my bank if I want, and then I can just go and buy them cheaper later on. I think it's a little bit of a problem when that's happening, because it doesn't really encourage you naturally to want to keep them if that is kind of the mindset. And I know that there's lots of other managers that have that kind of mindset where they're thinking, well, I should sell now because I want to try and lock in that value rather than potentially sell them in the future for like half the price or 70%. Because don't forget that rares, for example, have dropped the most this year. And so if you had that kind of mindset with a rare reward that you won a year ago, thinking I want to keep them, then that reward that might have been like £100 could be something now like £8 or whatever, or £15. So no, mate, he will get minutes at Real Madrid with their new model. Look at Endrick. Yeah, they will. Definitely. He was definitely going to play. He will play. KDB back in full training. Do you know how many points is needed for under 23 normally? Depends. What scarcity are we talking about here? Like limited? Because if you ever want to know X Francis, then all you need to do is just you need to go into I think you need to go into the lineup builder. And then you just go on to under 23, for example. Under 23 limited. And then you can see the prize pool, and it tells you the average points needed for a reward, which is actually wrong. This might be for the midweek, actually. Do it for game week 435. There we go. So for game week 435, which is the main weekend game week, you need, on average, around 342 points for a reward. And having played our under 23 team quite like every week for the past 3 or 4 months, I can tell you that it is pretty much around 350. Yeah. Well, 342 is probably about right, but you kind of need to be almost aiming for 350. And even then you might miss out. So yeah, that's quite accurate, actually. Do you know how many hi mate, you have a suggestion for a player under 25 L15 for this midweek? Any position, defender, midfielder, attacker? No, I don't. We haven't done any of that scouting, unfortunately. But someone in the chat probably does have for you. Free to scout. If you were in my position, would you sell Hassan Diao then? Yeah, I would sell. Yeah, I would sell. But the reason I would sell is because I know that I can, if I ever wanted that player back in the future, I could get them for cheaper. And it's kind of like it's an unfortunate mindset to have, but it's a mindset, unfortunately, that has now been ingrained in me from playing Sorare for the past 2 years, right? Is that I just know the way it goes. I've seen it for the past 2 years that prices will, generally speaking, decline and decline and decline. They'll get lower, they'll get cheaper. And they're supposed to do that. They're actually supposed to do that. Because if you think about it, if we go to your player here, right? Hassan Diao. So there's 12 rares of him at the moment, right? There's 12 rares. So he's in such short supply that his value is going to be really, really high, right? Now, in a year's time, there's going to be a year's worth of extra supply of this guy. He's not going to be £141, even if he is playing amazing and if he's, at a different club. He's not, because there's going to be 100 extra supply in the game. So more supply, lower price, right? And then every year there's more supply, and it's just going to dilute the value down. So that's why for me, in a way, it's like, well, I'll always sell a player if they're in, like, a player like this. If you've won this guy, right? Did you buy him in the, did you win him in the rare? Did you win him in the rare? I would, if you won him in the rare and there's only 12 available, I would be looking to sell. Me personally, right? Because he's in such limited supply, such finite supply, that as there's more and more cards that are minted for him, his price is going to go down and down and down. And let's be honest with it, like, in today's market, this type of player with this level of scoring is so overpriced right now, £141. He is. Like, for the level of scoring that you get for this guy, that's not a £141 forward. You can actually get a forward that scores way better than that, right? For way cheaper. So all you're really paying for here is the hype around this guy and the 18-year-old. The fact he's an under 23 until 2030, a little bit of midweek utility too, to be fair. But essentially, most of that value is in the fact that he's an under 23 player and he's in literally no supply. So I would 100% sell him, because I'm pretty sure in a year's time, and maybe we should clip this, right? The date is the 18th of December. The 18th of December. So in a year's time, guys, 18th of December, we're going to come back and we're going to check Hassan Dial's price here. We're going to see how much he's in rare, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be significantly cheaper. So remember, 18th of December. Yeah, you can buy a similar scorer for £5. You can buy somebody with this level of scoring for £5. You can cash the 141, go out and get a forward that you can use straight away for this level of scoring. So all you're basically doing is you're just holding on. In my opinion, you're just holding on to a talent who will be probably somebody quite good. They could also not be that good in the future. But all you're really doing is you are basically saying goodbye to the opportunity for profit, or good profit, good value, in my opinion, right? So yeah, in answer to your question, I would I would sell him for 141, and I think on the 18th of December next year, we'll come back and we'll check Hassan Dial, and I'm hoping that he can prove me wrong, and maybe Sorare will be in a different place as well. The game will be different, maybe there'll just be like crazy amounts of new users in their game as well, completely outstripping supply. But if we see the game going in the same trajectory and that the supply is constantly outstripping the demand, then 1000%, doesn't even matter if he's like doing good next year, there'll be there'll be a year's worth of extra supply on there for him, and his price will be lower. What do you think about Belhanda this season? He's cool. Yeah, we spoke about him recently. I think somebody also either won him or was asking last week, and I think he's okay, actually, Belhanda. I mean, a cool reward, though. I would be happy with this, honestly. I would be happy winning this, because for me, I would just look at it and say, that's £141 that I know today, with the values of the rares being so low at the moment, I could just go out. With £141, I could go out and I could easily build, well, I couldn't build a team for £141. I probably could. I could, to be fair. I could build a team with anything, really. But for £141, I could go and buy 5 or 6 rare players for that, and good players that could help me for the here and now, to help me get more rewards, more money, cash rewards for the here and now, for the next year. Yeah. So, yeah. It's difficult to plan. That's another thing to keep in mind, is that we're talking about long-term holds with players, right? The one thing that's become quite apparent with playing Sorare, it's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly difficult, almost impossible, to plan for the future on Sorare. And you could also argue it's just difficult to plan for the future in general, right? But with so many changes happening in the game, you don't know whether in a year's time there could be more competitions, there could be a different scarcity in the game. Probably not, but you never know. So much could happen in a year. I mean, look at how much has happened in the last year for Sorare. So much has changed, and they are changing the game all the time. I know that they say that they want to have these windows to change, which they're going to move to. But they have been saying it for a while, and hopefully they will get there, and that will make things a bit easier. But yeah, if you kind of hold on to onto something, you're having that level of uncertainty, aren't you? Where if there are significant changes, that basically anything can happen, and it can just completely erode like your chance of getting something good out of the guy. So yeah, I would sell for the here and now, and then just like use the money for the here and now. Do I want him? Does Arthur want him? Do not have. What do you think of Andre Silva? Okay, Andre Silva. I like Andre Silva a lot. We're talking about the guy who used to play for Frankfurt, aren't we? Who was actually brilliant at Frankfurt. Here's the thing. Here's the funny thing about Andre Silva, right? So let me tell you, Andre Silva is the type of player that I would buy. Okay. However, I would not buy him for £43.81. This is the type of player that I would like to buy for under £30, ideally around £20, right? In the rare. He's not that at the moment because it's Andre Silva and everybody knows he's very good. And so it's kind of like keeping his price high. You definitely would not want to spend £136 buying him. But I actually like Andre Silva a lot. And I think, yeah, it's a little bit annoying for him because he's not playing. But all it takes is for him to get a run in the team and to start banging in goals, which is what we know he can do when he's given the opportunity, or for him to get a loan move or a different move in the transfer windows. Basically, it just takes the situation to change. And then you've got like an L15-24 player that can then go and start hitting you mad scores. And he is good. He used to be part of the Portuguese national team as well, the national setup. He's not really getting much of a look in anymore because, of course, he's not playing. And there's just so much competition now. There's too many good players in that Portuguese squad. But this is 100% the type of player that I love targeting. But the problem for me at the moment is that his price is too high. If his price ever got to kind of like £20 or whatever, I would snap him up straight away. I wouldn't even think about it. I don't even care that he's not playing. This is the type of player that I would hold on to. And I would do it at a price point that I thought was too low, that I couldn't wait any longer, right? So in case you're thinking, oh, why would he hold on to this guy? I always try and find players that are out of form or out of favor, or they're just really good players, but they don't have a club or something. Maybe they're a free agent. And I try to get them now for as cheap as I can. And even if I buy them for, say, £20, right? There's a potential they could get half of that. They could be £10. But I have a point where I think, okay, that's as low as I'm prepared to wait for that player to get to before I pull the trigger. Because if I wait too long, I might miss the window to pick them up. You know, like there's so many instances like that. And Andre Silva is one of those where I would, you know, if he ever got to £20, I'd buy him. And you could argue that he could then maybe get to £15, probably not. You never know. But there's a point for me with players, and it varies depending on the player, where I'd say, okay, that's too cheap now for that type of player. And I said it for Gregoritsch, didn't I? A few weeks back, I said, Gregoritsch for £40 is too cheap. I said it for Joe Willis. We said it for Joe Willis countless times. So look, when Joe Willis, where was he at? When Joe Willis reached this point here, he was under £100, right? Joe Willis, back in October, reached £90, right? And I said at the time, this is a joke. And this is a joke. This is a starting goalkeeper, one of the best goalkeepers, actually, in my opinion, in the MLS. He's less than £100. He wasn't even not playing. He's a starter. I don't think he's registered like a few DMPs from not injury really, but like a personal circumstance. But he plays all the time. And he got to he got to less than £100. I said, that's too cheap. That's too cheap. Now, technically, it's still pretty cheap for him. But when it was £90, it was like, that's too cheap. Like, that's the point where you pull the trigger. Because I would have not expected him to go much lower than that. And we take it back here, he didn't. He didn't really go much cheaper than that. Look, so that's not a good graph, is it? Yeah, so he pretty much, look, reached here, and then he didn't really get much cheaper, and he's kind of been hovering around there for a bit. Now he's increasing as we get towards the start of the new MLS season. Thoughts on Memphis Depay, back from injury. Now, if he gets back to his best, price will fly. So I like Memphis Depay because he's actually a cheat code in Sorare, because his scoring and the way that he scores is so good, because he often has really good AA. And also when he plays for the Netherlands national team, he does fantastic. But my problem with him is he's too injury prone, Memphis Depay. And so Memphis Depay is a player that I would pick up, but not for £62. And the reason I wouldn't is because that's too high, in my opinion, for a player where you're not going to get a full season out of him. And I don't care. I don't mind about the sub appearances here, because he's just working his way back from injury. So eventually he'll start starting for a bit. But my big problem with him is his injury record. There's just too many injuries here. There's too many DMPs here. And if you look at this period here, he was relatively injury-free, right? So this indicates to me that he was kind of peak physical conditioning. And then after here, he had like an injury. And then since then, it's been downhill, downhill, downhill. So I would look to get him, but he would have to be cheap enough for me to consider that there's more value in having him for a player that can give me a few games a season. Bit of an exaggeration. It's not a few games, is it? But you guys get the point, right? I'd much rather, if I'm going to spend £62, I'm going to spend £62 on somebody that's going to give me pretty much, I know, comfortably and confidently, I can get pretty much a full season out of them. I'm not going to spend £62 on a player that's probably going to play a handful of games and then going to be back on the injury table again. If I was getting this player, right, with no injury record and he was £62, and it'd be like a massive, just snap him up straight away, right? Don't even think about it. But it's just, if you look at the last year as well in particular, the last year, he's only started 7 games in the last year. He's missed 23 entirely, and he's remained on the bench for 4. So 27 out of what? The past 47 games, 27 of the past 47, he's not even been involved at all. It's just too many. It's too many. His AA's taken a bit of a dip as well, which it would do because he's not getting the sub points. He's not getting enough minutes on the pitch to influence the game with his AA. So his AA's taking a bit of a dip, so you can't even really rely when he's kind of coming on for like this, so 35 minutes, 32 minutes. He's not having enough time on the pitch to influence the game as he usually did with his AA. Look, here he had 63 minutes. He can influence it with his AA. Here he had 64 minutes. Not great AA, it's okay. He had enough time to influence the game in another way. Just with these little sub appearances, he's not really able to even get more than scores of 60. So you're basically spending £60 for a player that's either going to give you like 25 or 60. And he's only going to give you a handful of games. He hasn't even reached double digits in the amount of starts that he's had in the past year. And we know in Sorare that score is okay for Cap 220, right? If you know that a player is going to start, and if you know you're going to get good value out of them, like good use out of them. This player, you never know at the moment when he's going to start, and you also don't know when he's next going to be back in the injury room, but you know it's going to be soon. So yeah, that's how I feel about Depay. I love him. I think he's a good player, but it's just not a great moment, and the injuries put me off him, and the price point puts me off him. But if he was like ridiculously cheap, then I'd pick him up. Yeah. You picked him up in the limited, but a bit too much. But I'm comfortable in keeping because when he's match fit, he's better than Sadki. Reward pool for the reward box special expanded by 225 due to people submitting more than one team. Yeah, okay. So this came up in the feedback group that somebody had, that there'd been some managers that had submitted more than one team. That's an interesting one because that kind of shouldn't really happen, right? For that type of thing. Let's go on that. Was it in the Discord that you read that, Apple? Is it on the Sorare page here? Maybe it's Sorare support, isn't it? Probably. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, there's a weird bug there. Okay. So as Apple 22 has just, we might as well talk about this then, and then we can end the stream. God, how's the stream nearly finished here? God, it's been like 5 hours or so nearly. That's incredible. So this is probably quite an important point to end on here. There's been a bug that's happened in the reward box special 270 where 183 managers were able to submit more than one team to the competition in game week 433. So you're only supposed to have one entry, as is the case for all Sorare competitions apart from the designated multi-entry. But for this reward box special, 183 managers were able to submit more than one team for it. So it's a weird bug. It's a very bad bug, actually. It says this represents a total of 225 additional lineups out of the 15,147 that participated. To make up for this situation, we've decided to add 225 limited light boxes to the prize pool to ensure no one misses out on the opportunity to win a reward. This means the top 7,225 lineups will now win a box, okay? Managers who have already submitted more than one lineup for the next game week reward box will see their additional lineups destroyed. Cool. So, pretty cool. They're on the case there. We're going to give that a like. Let's give that a bit of a repost as well. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. But hopefully, yeah, they're on top of that bug and they don't see that again. But it's quite good to know that even if you were 7,100 or whatever, if you finished outside the 7,000 places, then you've now got a chance then. You're now probably going to win a reward. So that is appreciated. Did I see the McAdowell's rumor? I didn't. What is the rumor? Quickly. I'm saying quickly, not to rush you, but I've just realized that I'm desperate to go to the toilet. And we're kind of pretty much at the end of the stream anyway, so I'm going to try and hold out. Try not to piss myself for the next 2 minutes here, whilst you tell me the McAdowell's rumor. And I still got my lineups to build, haven't I? We've been talking for like 5 hours, guys. Mets wants him back for half a season. That would be incredible. What's really funny about that is that I'm just going to bring that up right now. What's really funny is that if I go into my watch list here and I go into the cap cheat codes, right? And then we type in George's name here. So I'm just going to show you. Okay, let's type in, we can't type his name in. We can do a find. Let's do that, right? Okay. There he is there, right? So he's in our cap 220 watch list, right? And I was talking about him a few weeks back saying, this guy is great. He's well worth picking up because he's too good to be sitting on the bench for Ajax. He just is. He's too good. It's almost a bit bizarre that Ajax went and bought him because they don't really need him. And they clearly don't because they're not even using him. And I was saying that he's not really one to pick up for any specific game week, but he is definitely a player to pick up for the near future because I said that even though I didn't know, what you're telling me here, I had no idea that Mets or anyone is looking at him. I just was talking about this player, that this guy is quality and he's too good and he knows he's too good. And there are clubs out there that would love to get their hands on this type of player and offer him regular first team football. He's too good to sit on the Ajax bench all season. And so if it comes to January and he's still not playing, I would not be surprised if he gets a loan. So he was a good player and he is a good player still, I think, to get involved in. He's also under 23 until 2025, and he also plays for the Georgian national team. So it's quite interesting that you're now saying that Mets is looking at him. Because I'm not surprised by that, if I'm honest with you. And hopefully, you guys, when we were talking about him, if you didn't know about him before, you took notice when we did. And if you didn't then hopefully you do now. Because this guy here, if he ends up going back to Mets, he can do that again. He's got pretty decent AA as well when he's really on it. You know, he can deliver you AA of like 17, basically double digits, and he's also capable of multiple decisive. So he's a brilliant player. I like him a lot. Only Metz is allowed to get him because he played for 2 clubs already this season. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. So there's that rule, isn't there, in place by FIFA. Well, that's even better then, because if he ends up going back to Metz, then I know that Metz are up against it in League One, so it's going to be a struggle for him, but he's a good enough player that he can help them. And they'll probably need him, Metz, because the last time I looked at Metz, they weren't doing so great. So if they want to try and have a chance at avoiding relegation, like they're only just above it right now, they're going to need someone who can give them goals, right? And help them to score. And he is definitely that type of player. They know it, right? Because they obviously had him on their books for a while. Right. Guys, I need to go. I've been holding on for a while. I literally need to end the stream here before I end the stream in dishonor and I lose all my dignity. So, guys, we were not able to do free tick scout fund coupons, but we will definitely do them tomorrow. I promise you that. And I'm going to be back anyway tonight at 8 p.m. For the Marvel Snap stream. So if you've been enjoying the Marvel Snap, or maybe you just want to check out a different card game and just come and have a bit of fun and chat, then, come and jump on. We also talk about Sorare as well. Jump on at 8 p.m. So, guys, thank you so much. Oh, hello, Mark Gork. I must have missed you. I didn't realize you were in here. Hello and goodbye to Mark Gork. Sorry. Short but sweet. Thank you also to Paolo for being on the stream on YouTube, representing the YouTube over there for us, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you to everyone that's been on the stream. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subs. And guys, I've got to run, haven't I? So guys, see you later on tonight. See you also tomorrow at 12 p.m. UK time. Thank you so much. And good luck with your lineup buildings. I've got to run. I can't hold it. I'm out. See you later on.